The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Do you have any correspondence, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated June 23rd, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents shared with my office. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as excused.
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 2 absent, 1 excused.
Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we read the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearing for Thursday, June 23rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., Judiciary of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Reese S. Hodge, Chief Justice. At 12:30 p.m., the Virgin Islands Fire Services. Invited testifiers, Darrell George Sr., Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. First before us, we have the Judiciary of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to give them an opportunity to put their name and title on the record, beginning with the Chief Justice, and then the other members in the well can put their name on, and then we'll go to those who are appearing virtually. The Chief Justice Hodge.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Reese Hodge, the Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Harold Willocks, President Judge, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands.
Next.
Good morning, everyone. Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, everyone. Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer of the Judicial Branch.
Good morning, everyone. Koya Otley, Chief Human Capital Officer.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to those who are virtually, beginning with Mr. Williams.
Good morning, all. Kevin A. Williams, Sr., Assistant Administrator of Courts.
Ms. Handy. Your mic is off.
My apologies. Good morning, Veronica Handy, Clerk of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Serrano.
Good morning, all. My name is Roxanne Serrano. I am the Chief Deputy Clerk of the St. Croix Division.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
Good morning, all. Lawrence Walcott, Jr., Chief Marshal, Judiciary of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Attorney Bailey Roca.
Good morning, Tanisha Bailey Roca, Chief Disciplinary Counsel for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Keynes.
Good morning. Good morning. Lendia B. Keynes, Court Services Administrator.
Thomas Pickering.
Good morning, all. Natalie Thomas Pickering, Procurement Director.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Is Mr. Jimenez on? Your camera. And let's go to Janelle Brown.
Good morning, everyone. Janelle Brown, Director of Bar Admissions.
Thank you. Tamara Charles, I think it is.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court.
Kimlin Etienne.
Good morning, all. Kimlin Etienne, Comptroller, Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands.
And thank you so much. Those who are appearing virtually, please remember to keep your mouth and mute your device when you're not speaking. Chief Justice Hodge, we're going to begin with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Bailey, members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 34th Legislature present, members of the Judiciary, staff, and others present in the audience. My name is Reese S. Hodge, Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands. As head of the Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee in support of our fiscal 2023 budget request. I'm privileged to have present with me today the Honorable Harold W. L. Willocks, Presiding Judge of the Superior Court, Regina Peterson, the Administrator of Courts, Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer, and Koya Otley, Chief Human Capital Officer. Appearing remotely will be Assistant Administrator of Courts, Kevin Williams Sr., Lindia Keynes, Court Services Administrator, Paulie Manis, Esquire, General Counsel, Veronica Handy, Esquire, Clerk of the Supreme Court, Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court, Lori Boynes Tyson, Superior Court Deputy, Chief Deputy Clerk in the St. Thomas St. John District, Roxanne Serrano, Superior Court Chief Deputy Clerk for the St. Croix District, Lawrence Walcott, Chief Marshal, Tanisha Bailey Roca, Esquire, Chief Disciplinary Counsel, Janelle Brown, Director of Bar Admissions, Kimlin Etienne, Comptroller, and Natalie Thomas Pickering, Procurement Officer. One of my statutory responsibilities as Chief Justice is to advise the legislature, the governor, and the public on the state of the Virgin Islands judiciary in an annual report published no later than May 30th. In most years, we use a single word or a short phrase to summarize the current state of the court system. In 2020, we used the word resilient to reflect the judicial branch's response to COVID-19 public health emergency. Last year, the judiciary was renewed as it navigated the transition to the resumption of jury trials and other ordinary operations. This year, instead of picking a word to describe the judicial branch as it stands today, we looked to the future and what we believe the judicial branch should look like in the next year, 5 years, or 10 or 20 years from now. And perhaps most relevant to this hearing, what do we need to do to get there? We recognize that to build the ideal judicial branch of the future, all stakeholders in the administration of justice must engage in 3 actions today, 3 R's: reflection, reassessment, and realignment. When we say the judicial branch must reflect, we do not mean that we must bask in our past accomplishments or express regret over disappointments or missed opportunities. To reflect is to examine not just what happened, but why it happened, so that we may learn from recent events and apply those lessons going forward. I will not belabor all of the obstacles that the judicial branch faced over the past several years, because the most significant hardships were not unique to the judicial branch, but were felt by every Virgin Islander. We all experienced the devastation caused by the twin Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria, only to enter a multi-year pandemic that is one of the worst public health disasters in recorded history, together with an accompanying global economic crisis. But the Virgin Islands Judiciary not only met these challenges head-on, but exceeded our own expectations. The Superior Court and the Supreme Court never closed, but were always open to accept filings, process cases, and issue decisions during the worst stages of these disasters. This is not to say that the judicial branch escaped these disasters unscathed. Quite the opposite. Our operations were certainly impacted, and we continue to feel those effects to this day. For instance, the case backlog in the Superior Court certainly grew due to the necessary suspension of in-person jury trials and non-jury trials during the worst stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. But things could have been far worse. Despite many challenges, the judicial branch of the Virgin Islands not only survived, but in many ways even thrived. Many of those accomplishments, including the historic launch of a new case management system, electronic filing, and free online public access to court records, and online payment options in the Superior Court, are outlined in our annual report. Thus far, in the current year, the judiciary has expanded electronic filing to include marriage applications and added new online payment options for fines and judgment. None of these accomplishments could have been realized without the tireless efforts of our employees, who are the backbone of the organization. I speak for all judicial officers when I say that our judicial branch employees are the best, are among the best, and arguably the best, not just within the public sector, but throughout the territory and beyond. It is sometimes easy to overlook that our employees were also victims of the hurricanes and the pandemic, with some experiencing profound hardship and incurring immeasurable losses. Yet, despite their own personal struggles caused by the emergency conditions facing the Virgin Islands, our judicial branch employees not only continued to do their job, but did so with excellence, not hesitating to work non-traditional hours or to perform duties outside the four corners of their job description. But having talented employees is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is obvious and needs no elaboration. The downside, however, is that our employees are so good that other employers, not just in the private sector, but other government agencies, do their best to lure them away from the judicial branch. And the offers from those other employers are certainly attractive, often involving higher salaries for less work. Those offers are so attractive that the judicial branch typically cannot match them. As a result, we lose more employees than we should to voluntary turnover, to the point where we lose employees quicker than we can replace them. For instance, in fiscal year 2021 alone, the judicial branch hired 35 new employees, yet nevertheless experienced a net loss of 7 employees due to 42 separations. These losses are not isolated to a single fiscal year, but have been cumulative over several years. As of May 31st, 2022, the judicial branch employed 299 persons. That is 18 less employees than when I appeared before this committee in 2019. To make a bad situation even worse, the voluntary turnover has been concentrated among the most skilled workers and in some of our most critical operational areas. In 2018 to the present, from 2018 to the present, the judicial branch has lost a staggering 63% of its talent, with the highest turnover occurring in the Superior Court Clerk's office, which experienced 27 voluntary resignations in the last 2 years alone. Those 2 years were among the most critical, in that high turnover occurred throughout the launch and implementation of the new case management system, e-filing, online public access, and electronic payment systems for the Superior Court. The Superior Court's clerk's office has 77 positions, and with staffing levels already at 73%, the impact of 27 resignations was indeed significant, especially with regard to the loss of critical institutional knowledge. The judicial branch wants to retain its employees as well as attract new qualified employees, and has made its best efforts to provide fair compensation for all positions. However, our ability to do so has been one of the several areas adversely affected by inadequate funding provided to the judicial branch every year for the past 10+ years. Every year, the judicial branch appears before this body to defend its budget request that it submits to the legislature as it is required to do by law by May 30th. As the below graph illustrates, the budget request is usually higher, often substantially, than the funding recommendations by the governor and the executive in the executive budget and what is ultimately appropriated by the legislature. The appropriation request by the judicial branch is not an arbitrary figure, nor is it a number that is in any way inflated. Rather, the judicial branch arrives at its budget request through a deliberative process spearheaded by the judicial branch administrative office and involving the administrator of courts, the chief financial officer, comptroller, both clerks of courts, and other senior judicial staff, branch staff, and culminates in presentation and approval of the proposed budget request by the Judicial Management Advisory Council, or JMAC, a body in which every judicial officer can participate and be heard. The goal of that deliberative process is to identify the minimum appropriation needed for the judicial branch to discharge its constitutional and statutory duties to the people of the Virgin Islands. Accordingly, by minimum, we truly mean minimum, not what it is simply nice to have, but what both courts and the administrative office need to perform and support the bread and butter work of the judiciary, adjudicating cases, improving access to justice, as well as providing safe and comfortable facilities for our employees and the public. The judicial branch submitted its fiscal year 2023 budget request directly to the legislature on May 30th, 2022, in an amount of $43,104,318, as well as an additional $127,717 for the Judicial Council, the entity which partially funds staffing for the district court law libraries. This request represents $23,491,002 for salaries and $9,969,334 fringe benefits, $4,293,624 for other services, and charges, $2,417,375 in projected capital expenditures, $2,127,983 for utilities, and $805,000 for supplies, as shown in the table attached. I emphasize again that these are the minimum levels of funding to maintain our operations and do not include all of the funds needed for the judicial branch to operate at full capacity. Although the judicial branch has a total of 425 positions, our request only contemplates funding for 346 positions in fiscal year 2023. This does not mean that the 79 unfunded positions are not important. On the contrary, many of them are quite significant. Among these 79 unfunded positions are a much-needed additional attorney and a paralegal in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, clerk support for various divisions, court of clerk positions, maintenance and ground workers, court security officers, marshals, and probation officers to monitor and supervise all pretrial detainees released on supervised release, including those on electronic GPS monitoring. The budget request also does not include any of the costs associated with the expansion of the Supreme Court from 3 justices to 5 justices as authorized by Act Number 7888 in 2016. Should the governor nominate and the legislature confirm 1 or 2 additional justices as permitted by Act 7888, the judicial branch would require a supplemental appropriation to fund these positions, as well as requisite support, staff positions, equipment, and related expenses. Before I proceed further, I wish to address 2 errors in the post-audit report, 1 technical, 1 substantive. At the bottom of page 5, in the table titled Executive Budget Expenditures and Recommendation Report, it states that the judicial branch expended $25,865,940 in fiscal year 2021. This is an error in that the judicial branch expended $35,246,781 in fiscal year 2021. The judicial branch did inform OMB of the error when the proposed executive budget was submitted to the legislature, but it has not been corrected. Additionally, the language found in the first 2 sentences on page 6 of the post-audit report, which states the branch is slated to receive a lump sum of $40 million from the general fund for fiscal year 2023 is misleading, and that the amount represents only a recommendation for funding. Title 4, Section 31D4A requires the Chief Justice to submit the proposed annual budget for the judicial branch directly to the President of the Legislature and the Governor on or before May 30th of each year. Even though the judicial branch is exempt from the requirement of each department and agency to submit an annual operational plan to OMB pursuant to Title II, BI Code Section 26B, this year marks the first time in many years that the Governor and OMB Director have actively engaged in dialogue with the judicial branch as part of the budget process. Because of that dialogue, the Governor has recommended in the proposed executive budget the sum of $40 million, an increase of $2 million in funding for the judicial branch over its fiscal year 2022 appropriation, but which amount still represents a shortfall of $3,104,318 from our fiscal year 2023 budget request. This is the smallest gap between the judicial branch's own budget request and the proposed executive budget recommendation in recent history. But the existence of any gap between our request and what is appropriated means that the courts of the Virgin Islands will not be able to fulfill critical objectives in the coming year. I therefore present to this body our budget request of $43,104,318 for the judicial branch and $127,717 for the Judicial Council, and request that this committee and the full legislature give it your thoughtful consideration and appropriate to us a sum of not less than the full amount requested. With regard to the budget request for the Judicial Council, last year we advised this committee of a shortfall in the appropriation following the erroneous application of a 10% reduction in fiscal year 2020, which reduced the funding recommendation and subsequent appropriation for fiscal year 2021 to $103,285, while the appropriation increased by 7% when the legislature appropriated $110,515 in fiscal year 2022. The increase was insufficient to absorb the GRS and health insurance increases. Consequently, the fiscal year 2022 appropriation needs to be adjusted to $122,171 through a supplemental appropriation. The proposed fiscal year 2023 budget contemplates the approval of a supplemental budget for fiscal year 2022, including the 5% increase that went into effect on October 1, 2021. But there is one lesson to be learned from the hurricanes and the pandemic. It is the truth of the age-old saying by Benjamin Franklin that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. To ensure that the courts of the Virgin Islands can effectively operate and respond to the next emergency, whatever it may be, the legislature must reassess how it funds the judiciary. The appropriation provided to the judicial branch should be arrived at or made in a manner that provides the judicial branch with a predictable amount of funding that is sufficient to fund both the short-term and long-term initiatives. In some jurisdictions, neutral funding principles, such as a flat percentage of the general fund budget, is utilized to determine or otherwise guarantee a proportionate distribution of government funds. In fact, this neutral funding mechanism is employed by our sister territory of Puerto Rico. After a review of similar-sized budgets, I suggest that the rate for the Virgin Islands Judicial Branch be not less than 5%. If the legislature were to adopt and appropriate the proposed general fund budget of $919,949,399 for fiscal year 2023, 5% of the proposed executive budget would be approximately $45,974,700, which is more in line with our current request and would accommodate some of the needed positions and projects excluded from our current budget request. As I said, reflection requires not just analyzing our successes, but also our challenges. While the judicial branch transitioned rather seamlessly to virtual proceedings, we encountered difficulty in assuming certain in-person proceedings, particularly jury trials. Acting on the recommendations of the Task Force on the Resumption of Jury Trials, I entered an administrative order on August 31st, 2021, which authorized the resumption of in-person jury trials effective October 1, 2021. Since that authorization, 11 jury trials have been conducted, 6 in the District of St. Thomas and St. John, and 5 in the District of St. Croix. In addition to the number of trials conducted, as of March 31st, the Superior Court has already disposed of 170 jury cases for a disposition rate of 87% when compared to new cases filed. Despite this progress, there were and still are serious challenges with resuming in-person jury trials. One of the most critical is juror response and turnout. The average number of jurors reporting for trials convened was 62 in the District of St. Croix and 50 in the District of St. Thomas and St. John. While the judicial branch has renovated its courtrooms to allow them to operate safely under COVID-19 restrictions, many Virgin Islands remain nervous about attending an in-person jury selection or serving on a jury. The reluctance is certainly understandable, and the judicial branch has done its best to educate prospective jurors and the public at large on its safety protocols. But after more than 2 years of COVID-19 restrictions, it is still difficult to convince some people that it is now safe to resume in-person activities such as attending court. We hope that the imminent lifting of the COVID-19 state of the emergency in the Virgin Islands on June 30th, together with the recent authorization of the FDA to administer the COVID-19 vaccines to those under age 5, will help to reduce this reluctance. If it does not, the judicial branch will consider approaches to expand the jury pool, but is prepared to employ its contempt powers to enforce its juror summonses if necessary. But jury reluctance does not tell the whole story. The lack of critical funding in prior fiscal years greatly compromised our ability to not only upgrade the courtrooms and other physical facilities, but to perform routine maintenance or comprehensively conduct hurricane damage repairs. It has taken almost 4 years It has taken almost 4 years and 3 contracts to complete repairs to the roof of the Superior Court buildings at the Alexander A. Farrelly Justice Center on St. Thomas. And this has meant a 4-year delay in making significant progress on interior remediation and repair projects, including necessary renovations to public restrooms, which commenced earlier this year. We also recently began exterior repairs and painting of the courthouse, and that project is scheduled to be completed in July. On St. Croix, with respect to the repair of the RH Amphitheater complex, after 2 solicitations, we are in the final contract negotiations, which we hope we will complete in the next couple of weeks so that phase 1 of the necessary roof replacement and office expansion project can begin. The judicial branch was not included in any government capital project planning or grant projects. As a result, we continue to fund our recovery and rehabilitation efforts from the appropriations from the legislature and the residual insurance proceeds. This has required us to make repairs in a phased approach over multiple years, often rolling the dice on less expensive repairs, temporary fixes, rather than costly permanent solutions, in the hopes that funding would become available in a subsequent fiscal year. As you can imagine, this is not ideal. For example, one of our necessary physical improvement projects that we delayed was the replacement of the chill water units at the RH Amphitheater complex. Last month, both units experienced catastrophic failures, requiring emergency replacement at the cost of $293,000, along with additional costs associated with purchasing and deploying portable fans and portable air conditioning units throughout the facility so that the Superior Court could continue to operate until the new chill killers can be installed, which hopefully will be completed by next week. We are currently also rolling the dice on our HVAC systems and infrastructure, which are 30 years old and desperately in need of replacement. One of the challenges the judicial branch has historically faced when advocating for sufficient funding is the perception that we have managed to operate and accomplish great things despite chronic underfunding.
Excuse me, Chief Justice Hodge?
Yes?
Can you please come closer to the mic? They say they're not hearing you too clearly on the television because you're way too far from the mic. Thank you.
Not only does this effectively penalize as opposed to reward the judiciary for those accomplishments, but it ignores the publicly invisible losses, like the losses of experienced personnel and so many other initiatives that could be implemented with to improve access to justice. Today, I will briefly relate some of the initiatives that the judicial branch would have implemented in earlier fiscal years if it had been fully funded. I do this, however, because this year presents a unique opportunity to perhaps obtain funding for one or more of these reforms through the funding from the federal Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, SLFRF, and therefore are not included in our current budget request. However, if sufficient federal funds are not obtained, the additional positions and these initiatives are not likely to be filled or pursued. One area that has long needed reassessment is the process for providing counsel to indigent criminal defendants in the courts of the Virgin Islands. For many years, the criminal justice system in the Virgin Islands had been broken due to unaddressed indigent defense crisis. In recent years, the judicial branch has made significant strides in improving the process for appointing counsel to indigent defendants, most notably by establishing a private attorney panels in which attorneys volunteer to accept these appointments. But establishing private attorney panels is not enough. While the judicial branch is grateful to the attorneys that have volunteered, the number of cases far outpace the number of volunteers. One solution to this problem is to establish an independent second public defender's office, typically known as the alternate public defender or conflicts attorney office. This alternate public defender's office consists of attorneys who can be appointed to represent indigent defendants in cases where the main public defender's office has been disqualified from providing representation. Given the high number of indigent defense cases being assigned to private attorneys, we anticipate that to adequately staff an office of the alternate public defender in the Virgin Islands will require at least 2 attorneys, a secretary, and an investigator in each judicial district. Another much-needed change is the method through which we record judicial proceedings. Historically, judicial proceedings have been recorded and transcribed by official court reporters employed by the judicial branch. However, in recent years, fewer students have chosen to enter the court reporting profession, and many court reporters have retired from the courts. The shortage is severe, and the technology implemented in each courtroom is designed to mitigate the nationwide shortage of court reporters with audio and video recordings of court proceedings. But trained hearing monitors are needed to provide technical assistance and constant monitoring of the recordings in real time and enter notes on the record to ensure that the record is properly preserved for later transcription. Until there is a full complement of such trained monitors, the number of in-person jury trials held in the Superior Court will be dictated in part by the availability of traditional court reporters. Through the third R, realignment, the judicial branch will also make necessary changes to its internal practices and procedures to best meet its mission, including adjusting to respond to shortcomings. Realignment is not easy for any organization, and especially not for court systems, which often have a reputation for being stalwarts of precedent rather than agents of change. A colleague of mine, Michigan Chief Justice Bridget Mary McCormick, recently stated in testimony before Congress that, quote, "This pandemic is not the disruption that courts wanted, but it was a disruption that we needed to transform our judiciary into a more accessible, more transparent, more efficient, more customer-friendly branch of government," close quote. While in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, some judicial officers and attorneys questioned whether a virtual hearing could be conducted effectively. That is no longer the case. Many judicial officers and attorneys appreciate the convenience of being able to handle status conferences and other routine matters by Zoom or other virtual platform without the need to travel to a physical courthouse. The judicial branch will continue to utilize this hybrid model, that is, in-person proceedings for trials and evidentiary hearings, and virtual proceedings for routine matters. And we are in the process of developing court rules to formalize virtual proceedings as a permanent part of our justice system. Since October 1, 2001, when the judicial branch resumed in-person proceedings, the Superior Court held approximately 2,670 in-person hearings in the District of St. Thomas and St. John, and approximately 2,800 in-person hearings in the District of St. Croix. During this same period, the Superior Court held a combined 1,474 virtual hearing sessions, hosting 25,046 participants, even though judicial officers were no longer required to do so. That, more than anything else, is perhaps the greatest testament to the value of virtual hearings. But we hope to do more than just maintain the status quo. As I indicated in last year's submission, numerous jurisdictions, such as Connecticut, New York, and Utah, are in various stages of creating online dispute resolution systems, ODR, or more colloquially, online courts. In these online courts, all parts of the proceedings, including case initiation, mediation, and even trial, are handled without there ever being a physical hearing. Instead, the proceedings are exclusively conducted through Zoom or a similar remote access platform. The judiciary remains committed to exploring how an online dispute resolution system can further facilitate and expedite case resolution within the judicial branch of the Virgin Islands. Similarly, I wish to highlight how the judiciary has implemented a national best practice in case management, the utilization of a special master in the complex litigation division of the Superior Court. A special master, sometimes referred to as a judicial adjunct, is not a judicial officer, but an attorney assigned to perform certain functions within a case to expedite its resolution, such as resolving pretrial disputes, overseeing discovery, assisting and advising on matters that require technical expertise, and facilitate settlement. The employment of a special master in the complex litigation division has been an unqualified success in reducing the outstanding complex litigation caseload. The judicial branch is currently considering a proposal to appoint a dedicated special master for probate cases and is analyzing other potential methods to improve the operations of specific divisions of the Superior Court, such as the probate and magistrate divisions. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to testify in support of our budget request. I once again would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our dedicated, hardworking, and exceptional employees who, against all odds, continue to perform above and beyond the call of duty in their service to the judicial branch and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I, as well as members of our administrative team, remain available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice Hodge, for your most comprehensive testimony. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Carla Joseph, a non-member. Thank you for being a senator. And also Senator Janelle Saru, a member. Welcome, Senator, and please mark Senator Saru as present. We are going to do a 7-minute, we're going to start with a 7-minute round. The order is going to be Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion, Senator Joseph, Senator Saru, and then myself. But before I go there, Chief Justice Hodge, I know your branch is requesting $43,104,318, which is $3,104,318 more than the prior fiscal year 22 appropriate budget. Let me ask, I know throughout your testimony, which you're correct, you mentioned, assuring that you have the appropriate amount of money in order to operate, provide the services needed from your department. At this moment, what's the expenditures thus far for the 2022 budget, this year's? How much have been expended thus far? And please state your name before you speak.
Good morning.
Morning.
Paulette Rapsat Simmons. We did an update through the
Can you please speak up? We can barely hear you in the mic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Paulette Rapsat Simmons. Our projected expenditures updated through the end of April amounts to $20,342,889.
Very well.
Through April.
Excuse me? To April, out of April, expenditures to April, $20,342,889. $20,343,889.
42,889.
Yeah, that's why I said 342,889. Okay, very well. And how many vacancies, Ms. Audley, do we have out of today's date? And the reason why I'm asking this question and stating that because, of course, on page 6 of the testimony, it was mentioned in terms of the chart, the judicial branch funding, there's a chart there for the executive branch recommendation, the judiciary request, and the legislative body appropriation. And I must say from the time I've been here from 2016, that's on the chart, we have always, we understand the plight, we understand the reason why you're asking for more. You do deserve it, but at the same time, we try to, work within the constraints of what's available and the need. And we have always appropriated more than the executive branch from this body because we understand. And hopefully this year we can do a little better and try and see how we can accommodate what you're asking for by being creative also with COVID funding, etc. So I understand your plight, and we do understand your plight, and we always try to work with the agencies based on the needs. Ms. Otley?
Good morning, everyone. Koya Otley, Chief Human Capital Officer. We currently have 40 vacancies
40?
at this time.
How many of those are funded?
We have them all funded.
Okay.
Funding has been identified for these 40 positions.
Very well. I'm sure my colleagues are going to deep dive. I don't want to hog the mic, as they say. So, Senator Graff, I'm going to let you start with your 7 minutes. You recognize.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Give the court what they want. But Personnel first for me. When I heard the governor said team came and said that they gave you $2 million for personnel services, you know right away I want to know the breakdown. And as I quote, our employees are good. They're so good, they should be paid equally. And last term, I could remember each term, each year coming before the judiciary again, because you, as a branch of government, you deserve what you deserve. Now, there was a discrepancy between the Supreme Court and the Superior Court in terms of pay salaries. Was that addressed?
We are still operating on separate scales because the funding was not sufficient for us to do the comprehensive unification, or you could say consolidation into one scale. We have been, and Ms. Otley can probably jump in, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. We have been, unfortunately, over several years engaging in that spot zoning where you address the areas where you're basically having the highest separation rates. You know, a couple of years ago, we did the marshals. This year, our focus is the clerk's office because we're seeing that high departure rate as well. But in order to do a comprehensive compensation plan, bearing in mind that this is within the context of unification now, there were existing scales on both ends, and we've been trying to walk the middle by, as we start hiring, shifting and making adjustments within existing staff when we do those new hires. And that's how we've been able to try to maintain some type of parity.
Okay, so two things. One, have you told the total population? Have you told all the staff that? One.
Well, what we've done is when we've gotten our increases, we try to, you will see in the testimony, what we've always done is immediately approve whatever increase. We put in increases on an annual basis, and when those increases are coming out, we do announce to the staff that we are going to do an across-the-board increase. But in terms of addressing the actual areas, we haven't said anything because we haven't received the funding.
Okay, so is there a pay scale adjustment? What is the total number to make this equal share? Then at least you should have that. So then we would know. We on this end, budget hearings, we would know what would it take to make that branch of government, our employees are so good, give that parity. What was the number?
Senator, we don't have that number. We have the number for the adjustment that we intend to handle this year, because coming up with that comprehensive number also requires a comprehensive study, which is one of the things that we've also repeatedly tried to fund through our appropriations.
So that's what I would need. Like I said, I'm on your corner. I support you 100%, but I need a number. That's what we hear in a budget hearing. And I say that because, you know, on page 8 of Chief Justice's testimony, in the diagram that is given, in your statement, they have the request. This request represents $23,491,002. Down in your chart, you have personnel services, $22,537,502. And then we have further down, total personnel services, other personnel services, $953,500. Could you explain that for me, please?
Yeah, the other services that wrap up in when we do our budget process for personnel include such things as the appointment of designated justices, the payment for indigent appointments, and as well as jury management and expert fees. So those round up. That's that additional bucket of personnel costs.
But then
2 minutes.
They can't be under personnel services? How does that work? Yeah.
Well, the number that we said, which is $23,491,002, which we set up for salaries.
Correct.
The number for personnel services is 22 million. So the difference between the 22 million and that 23 million is those other things. But personnel services is $22,537,502, and then the fringe benefits that go with that is
$953,500.
Right, for a total of 32 million, which is 75% of our budget.
But
right there.
With all due respect, I don't think that's. I think then that other personnel services should be in other services and charges. Again, it should be for yes, sir.
Paulette Rapsat-Simmons, Chief Financial Officer. Senator, I'd like to try to offer a clarification. Historically, the court has budgeted those areas because there was a category that was actually called other personal services.
Mm-hmm.
So you had personnel and then overall personal services. So the court has historically budgeted those because they're critical services needed to provide indigent support, expert testimonies, etc. So I agree that it's not personnel, but we have been budgeting it under personal services.
Yeah, and that's what I say. I think again from a budget standpoint, it causes an issue because again in the statement it inflates the personal services to the request for $23,491,000, but then again in the breakdown it's only $22,537,000.
Yes, but
and I started with sorry to cut you off because I rush in for my time, so I do apologize if I trying to be. But then again, in my opening statement, our employees are so good that what's the number to make one scale? If you don't have that breakdown for personal services where you're showing more money, but then you're taking it out, some out for other personal services, to the person who isn't, haven't been around budget, in my 6 year doing it now, it raises a red flag to me.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to put it and the most respectful way. It raises a red flag. Okay. Now, you in your capacity as an expert that you are, if I may wrap up, the experts that you are in your field, I'm not questioning it. But me as a layperson watching the budget numbers, it's an inflation. And then it doesn't pass on to our employees who are so good. That's my point there. And you could answer in the chair's time. I just have one more question I could get in, Mr. Chair. The case management system, what was the cost of the case management system that you put in, the new case management system that you mentioned? And I'll save the marshals for last. So any answer on that? So you can answer through the chair's time, and I get to the marshals after law enforcement. Thank you.
If I can get either Mr. Williams or Ms. Pickering to respond to that, please.
Good morning, Senator Kevin Williams, Assistant Administrator of Courts. The approximate cost of the case management system was about $3 million to implement all the varied online e-filing upgrades to the Supreme Court and the implementation of the new system for the Superior Court. And that project was completed in, the initial rollout was completed in February or really August of 2020.
Okay, I don't like to hear about we talking money, dollars and cents. If you ain't talking dollars, you ain't making sense. Dollars and cents, what does it cost? I try and get, I help in the code wherever I can help the code, but red flags to me, there's, what's the cost of it, period. Give me the numbers. If you don't have it, you could get it to us through the chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Senator, we can get you those contract amounts because we're now 3 years into that CMS, so we can get you the original contract numbers.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gigaff. Before I go to Senator Joseph, Ms. Rapsat-Simmons, let's go back to the 20,342,889 as of April the 30th. That represents about 3.3 million per month. All right, and what was the budget for this year, fiscal year 22?
38 million.
38, and we have 40 vacancies as of today's date. In respect to the budget and the numbers, when it comes to running the operation of the agency, as a result of those vacancies that are funded, will you be able to maintain throughout the year?
Yes.
Okay, very well. So we're good for this year.
Correct.
Good to know. Let me go to Ms. Otley. For many of those individuals that have left this year, over the past 2 years, you said, the exit interviews, what are some of the reasons for such a high number of turnover?
Good morning again. Koya Otley, Chief Human Capital Officer. So our exit interviews are revealing that 77% of our staff have reported that their base salaries are some of the primary reasons that they are leaving. With those categories of fair to poor has really been a major impetus for them separating, has just really and truly been those base salaries. And in fairness or in honesty, they're receiving life-changing salary increases and promotions that they are unable to turn down, and we are unfortunately unable to match.
So what are we doing? Because I know you are very creative from a long time. So what are we doing to turn that around in terms of from the agency? What are we doing on behalf of the department to assure that we, moving forward, that we do maintain those individuals?
Right. So currently in our fiscal year 2023 budget, what we're looking for and asking the legislature to fund are salary increases for the major areas where we're seeing those major separations. Definitely our court clerks in the Superior Court Trial Division, as well as to be able to do a comprehensive compensation study to address compensation. We can do a lot of things creatively within our organization, but I think the reality of the situation is having a fun work environment, our staff cannot take that to the bank. And that's what they need. They need to be able to sustain and work for what they're worth, because they're worth more than we're actually able to pay them. And those are some of the things that we're really trying to get funding for.
And you have the numbers, et cetera, for the court clerks, et cetera? You do have those numbers?
Yes, we do have a total that we put in the budget of, I think it's 358,315.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Otley, what are you spending overtime for your clerks? Do they collect overtime?
No, we currently do not have a budget for overtime, so our clerks are compensated through comp time based on the Fair Labor Standards Act, and anytime they have exceeded 240 hours of compensatory hours, that amount is paid out in cash.
Mr. Chair? So you have a lot of clerks that work on the weekend, right?
We do.
So how are you able to, so I think it's more than compensation to keep your clerks, because if they're working weekend after weekend after weekend, and you're only giving them comp time, I think that is also driving them out the door. So is there any discussion to, I don't know, I mean, if you have to give comp time, I mean, if you have to give overtime, do you have a number for this body that we could probably appropriate in the budget to allow for overtime payment? I think I'm all over the place right now, but I'm just saying that I witnessed your clerks going in on the weekend, And one day I went to family court and I realized you had like one clerk, I think at the time, just up and down. That's enough to run him through the door, and they're only getting comp time for those crazy hours on the weekend. There has to be some discussion among the leadership to say, hey, during this budget season, our clerks are the heartbeat of the court system. Those are your like ambassadors at the forefront. And we are really, in order to retain our clerks, we have to change our disposition, and our disposition can be comp time. So do you have a number, an aggregate number for this body for overtime? What overtime will be for the clerks at this point? This is critical mass at this juncture. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair, and the point of inquiry.
Thank you,
I'll wait for a response on the amount, because I think the budget should include something that we could allocate or add to the overall number to help our clerks out.
Overtime.
Yes.
Understood. Anyone have that information? In terms of that amount that she requested, the senator requested? Or you have to get back to us?
Yeah.
Well, we'll definitely have to get back with you in terms of coming up with a plan and a number for overtime. Overtime was suspended a long time ago and not reinstated. But I guess the clerk of the court could have spoken a little bit, or could speak to, how we manage those schedules and offset the time. Because yes, when we have advice and things of that nature, staff does have to come in on off days, but we try to schedule it in a manner that they can make up that time.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I go to point of inquiry for Senator DeGraff, Ms. Otley, and I know you're speaking to the clerk, but what about the rest of the staff also in terms of raises? The salary increase.
Oh, so we also did put in our budget for a 5% salary increase for the staff as well.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your point of inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I'd like to find out what's the percentage on your fringe? What percentage is that you use on fringe?
The fringe percentage as presented in the chart says it's 23%.
Can
on
be.
page 8.
23% and 22,537,000?
No.
Do 23%, you'll never get a fringe.
On what are you?
The fringe, based on the 22,537,502, how do you come up with the number 9,969,334 for fringe?
Well, that is going to be the GRS, the FICA, and
right. No, I go, but
insurance.
at what percentage it become? I'm just saying. I think it's mentioned
it's over
about
40%.
Okay, right.
It's like 47%, something to that effect.
Okay, because I know they're saying 47, but it's still in 47. 47 be too high. But I was just saying, because I know you mentioned in regards to further into your testimony about not being able to make all the payments to GERS and all those things, which will come off of fringe.
Mm-hmm.
Fringe, based on what you estimated, I calculate about 44%. That's why I'm wondering if it needed to bump up to get it to that amount, to the 47, to cover those other ends. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Check it out and you'll see what.
Yeah, we're not using it.
Thank you, Senator Graff.
Senator, if I may, we calculate the insurance based on what people actually have. So we're not really doing a flat percentage on fringe. We're calculating, because based on salaries, for example, for Social Security, you have caps that go into effect for high percentage earners, high salary earners. So we're not doing a flat percentage on fringe, but if you want us to give an average, I can calculate that.
Thank you, Senator Graff. And finally, let me wrap up with my line of questioning. Dr. Otley, let me ask you, I know the IT individuals, and I believe the marshals received a lump sum of a certain amount, correct? A lump sum base of a certain amount?
Well, what we did in prior fiscal years were we adjusted the salaries for our marshal staff to be comparable to the beginning salaries for the Virgin Islands Police Department, just so we weren't in a position where we lost our staff members. And then for our critical IT staff members, which support our entire operation, we also did make adjustments to their salaries to make them more comparable to what the market was paying. And even at that point, they still weren't comparable, but it definitely was an improvement, especially noting that we are a high-tech court and rely on those critical IT resources.
And I do support that, and I agree with that approach, because you got to be creative, and I appreciate that. Now, I'm speaking to the rest of the team now in terms of the support staff and on other areas. I know you say that there's going to be a 5% across the board rate increase, but I believe that might have something to do with some of the reason why some folks left also. I believe that's a big part of it, that played a big part. That's just my perspective. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. A pleasant good day to my colleagues and, of course, the listening and viewing audience. I am not a member of the committee, but I see it as a responsibility of all of us as legislators to be here to hear and ask probing questions relative to the operation of each department, and today for the judicial branch. I just want to say I really applaud all of you. I say to everybody, because we have to encourage one another. It's not an easy time for us. We are experiencing unprecedented challenges with staff shortages, this issue with the COVID, and still we are in recovery phase. So I just always try to definitely encourage you to press on regardless. We are servants of a mighty people, and because we are servants, they deserve nothing less. And so I definitely want to try my very best to support you and your initiative. I do have some probing questions based on some of the discussion we've had this morning. Specifically, I want to delve into your numbers that you reflected, persons who had separated. You indicated, and I'm on page 5, you said you have a net loss of 7 employees due to 42 separations. On page 5, I wanted us to get some dive deep into that. Your separations, are they retirees or are they people who just resigning? That's what I would like to know. And specifically, how many persons have retired? Because that's institutional knowledge that is leaving the courts. And if you can talk about that.
So currently for fiscal year 2022, our separations were both voluntary as well as involuntary separations. So they also do include individuals that have retired. So thus far for this fiscal year, we do have a total of 4 individuals who have retired, 24 individuals who have resigned, and involuntary separations total 8. And then in fiscal year 2021, which is the time period that the Chief Justice mentioned in his testimony, we did have a total of 42 separations. And of that 42, 10 of those individuals were retirees, 24 were resignations, and involuntary separations totaled 8.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. I also had some other questions regarding your budget increase. So how much of the money that you are requesting to be increased by is going to go towards this comprehensive compensation assessment that is needed to bring both the Superior Court as well as the Supreme Court personnel on par?
Well, the comprehensive...
Your name first.
I'm sorry, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. The current submission does not include a compensation overhaul. It includes just an area that we're trying to address right now, because we do recognize we've been actually looking towards our grantor agencies, agencies like the State Justice Institute, to apply for grants to be able to conduct that study in terms of having a comprehensive plan for the branch. We had an initial assessment done at unification, which just dealt with the Judicial Branch Administrative Office, and we have not been able to do a comprehensive one for the entire branch.
Okay, so you have possible source of funding. As colleagues have said, we need to look, because it seems as though you have a lot of staff leaving, and especially in critical areas that impacts the operation of the judicial branch, which is a very important branch of government. And so I would ask, if, through the chair, if you have already identified a source or have an estimated projection of how much it would cost to do that, rather than looking at it piecemeal, because those are some of the costs. I know you have your other issues that you're facing, but also to just take into consideration having it done comprehensively rather than piecemeal, because it would save you more money in the long run and also help build your personnel staff by giving them that information that you are doing that, so that everybody could be up to par and it's just not there lingering. I also wanted to ask a question relative to page 12 of Chief Judge Hodges' statement, which you indicated, and it's on the bottom. Despite progress, there are still serious challenges with resuming in-person jury trials. What are some of the challenges that you are encountering to resume in-person jury trial? I know for sure I've had conversations informally with some of your team members regarding being able to identify and recruit jurors to serve. I know your jury pool normally comes from the persons who are registered to vote, but tell us some of the challenges that you are encountering to actually have full resumption of the jury trials.
Yeah, research Chief Justice, to select a jury, we will summon 100 people at least. And as you can see, you have 50 people showing up. It's difficult. You may be able to select a civil trial, a 6-person jury, or if you're lucky, there's not a lot of people that you have to release because they know each other or they know someone. You can barely select one juror. We have, 5 judges, 5 courtrooms that we would like to get all going. And there's no way you can, select multiple jurors. Judge Willox can probably tell you, he had, I think on Tuesday, he started a jury trial, and luckily he got a plea in it. But the problems is difficult. We use the voter registration and driver's license. We are looking to expand it to maybe the Water and Power Authority rate, because there may be people who have apartments who don't drive. We may even look at the tax records and IRB to see if we can get more people and get rid of the duplicates. And if not, we really have to be more aggressive and letting the public know that it is an obligation, it's a duty, and if they don't show up, they'll probably, they are in contempt of court because it's a summons that you get to appear, and if you don't appear, we don't want to do that, but, it may be necessary.
Yes. Judge Willock, you wanted to state something on the record. Mr. Chairman, I realize that my time has been called. Would you allow me this leeway? Thank you kindly.
Please conclude.
Good morning, Willock, Presiding Judge. Actually, Chief Justice Hodge gives a brief synopsis of it, but when like Chief Justice had said, when you, for example, I used my case on Tuesday. It was a double defendant case. Typically, you would want at least 100 jurors because you have two defendants. Only about 58, 59 showed up. And if you do just a very quick math, I'll make it very quickly, people have 6, what we call peremptory strikes, so they can take 6 out. Defense have 10. So out of that, let's round it off to 60. You're now down at 44. And as more questions come in, more and more jurors are excused. So that's just one of them. Second one would be, of course, we go according to the CDC. We have what we call a jury box, in which we sit 12 plus 2, 12 jurors, 2 alternates, which is 14. When we've done misdemeanor cases in which there were 6 people, but when you look at the numbers, if you have to try and put 6 people in the box, 6 feet apart, that is also a challenge. In addition, when you sit a jury, you want to make certain that they can observe everything. They can observe the defendant, that they're able to see everything. So it's just a challenge just sitting there where they can observe everything. And I mean, the list goes on and on, but that's a brief synopsis of it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have some additional questions, and maybe I could go.
We have a next round, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to really commend you for the work that you're doing, and I do have some follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Follow up to the question, Judge Willox. Is there, I know, as Chief Justice Hart stated, moving forward virtually, is there any way that can be done virtually or not? You want to see everything that goes on? You want to be in the same room? How does that work?
Well, if you're referring to doing a jury trial by virtual, I'm not for it because, and I'll just be extremely brief, if you have jurors at home doing virtual, some states have done it, but you don't know whether they're paying attention. You don't know who may be doing undue influence or so forth. It raises appealable issues. Now, I don't know. I know that I've read where some states do it. My personal position is no, there's too many cons for us to do a virtual jury, excuse me.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Before I go to Senator Saru, let me ask Ms. Vapsat Simmons, on page 8 of 27 of the post-audit report, under the federal grants, there's a federal grant, the grant to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the type of grant is the State Court Improvement Program Basic Training and Data Grants for $607,076. Is this a 2-year grant, number one, and number two, have any of that grant been expended thus far? And if so, how much?
They are 2-year grants, Senator.
Effective in 21, from 21?
These grants would have been the 2-year grants for FY21 that will be ending as of 9/30/2022.
Exactly, and have any of these $608,000 been expended thus far?
We're seeing the 2 years there. With the 2021 grants total $347,449. The basic grant, the expenditures against that will total approximately $60,000 by the end of the year.
That's it?
For that basic grant, because it's being, the CIP coordinator salary is being funded by that. And right now we don't have enough to hire a different person because the difference is below minimum wage.
So what happens to the balance? You lose it?
That balance will revert back. It doesn't cover another person.
I hate to see a penny go back to the federal government. You know, it's so hard in terms of funding positions. and individual, and you don't want to send a penny back to the federal government, or that position have been hard to fill?
It's not fully funded. That's the thing. It's below, the difference is below minimum wage, so we would have to make up a salary with a different source.
I got you. And finally, on page 9, on professional service contracts. Many of the contracts are invoice per contract, etc., but there are several of them with zero payments. For instance, like the security booth for the Superior Court here in St. Thomas, total contract amount of $307,800. Explain to me, because saying contract amount annually is $78,000, but nothing have been paid out. But then it say this funding was reallocated to other priority projects.
I defer to the administrator on
Please, because what's more important than the security booth? That's security protection for the whole building. Basically, you got a path there to get into the building. Talk to me.
That funding was reallocated to other capital projects. Farrelly has 3 tenants: the courts, VIPD, and BOC. So we don't, a project of that magnitude in terms of enclosing that complex has to be a project that's approached comprehensively with all of the tenants of that building or of that complex. So while the court had traditionally put money aside to embark on that, we can't move forward in that manner without a memorandum of agreement between everyone and everyone actually coming to the table to do that project. So instead, what you see is the balance on that previous initiative being rolled to other capital repairs and hurricane related.
So when is that memorandum going to be completed? That's the next question.
I know General Counsel may be on, I'm not sure, but we had gone through several rounds of meeting with them and several iterations on the document, and things did kind of fall apart, and we have not resumed that because the Judiciary just turned around and needed to focus on our internal repair projects and things of that nature. It was a heavy lift. It still is a heavy lift, and it's something that we're looking at. But the Judiciary cannot continue what has done historically, which is take full responsibility for the entire complex.
We have a stalemate. Okay, let's work together and get it done. Senator Saru, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I read the paper this year, as we should, and you had some attorneys that were misbehaving and were recommended to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. And I asked you this last budget season, have we staffed that office yet? You still working with a 1.5 employee?
Currently, Senator, there is a chief deputy and there's a chief disciplinary counsel and a deputy disciplinary counsel, and we are actively looking to add staff to that division.
Because I'm seeing the cases increase and the staff seems to be bare bones. Now let's go to the library at the Superior Court. Have we fixed the library at the Superior Court?
It's on a list of projects that we have to address, and it's been a high priority project for the chief especially, and we are looking at it. There are a lot of challenges in that respect, funding being one, and 2, the capacity of us to conduct all of these projects simultaneously.
Okay, now let's look at your rent. Any plans to own anything beside the building that you occupy here? Because in about 5 years, your rent is going to be upwards of $1 million. What's the plan to reduce your annual rent?
Senator, with respect to the Supreme Court, which quite a bit of the rent is for. It was always the intent to build a building. And as you know, on St. Croix, we obtained property that we paid for from our budget. And we developed plans, and we have no source of funding that would be a big matter off the rent. At the Babel, there's really no place to put those folks in.
Who's your asset manager? You have an asset manager?
We have a procurement director, and we don't have an asset manager.
Because somebody should be able to look at some of these buildings, because you're paying $101,000 in King's Quarter, another $168,000 in King's Quarter. So outside of the Supreme Court, you are paying an exorbitant amount of rent overall. And I think that should be one of the strategic plans moving forward within maybe a 5 or 10 year strategic plan. Now let's look at your backlog of cases. What's your backlog? How many cases do you have in the entire court?
Give me a minute, Senator.
Because I believe the backlog of cases is also hampering the Bureau of Corrections and the amount of detainees they have over prisoners, over those who've been sentenced. So what's your backlog?
Current pending, but this is across all case types. Across all case types, there are, as of March 31st, the pending caseload is about 27,408, 16,000 of which is traffic.
Okay, so where's your caseload? Which level has the higher caseload, Superior or Supreme?
It's always going to be the trial court based on volume.
Okay, so so the trial court has the most, and that's in the Superior Court, correct?
Mm-hmm, correct.
Okay, so if the higher caseload is in the Superior Court, it drives my point that the clerks have to be paid. So were you able to find a number for me on the overtime? What that would be? No?
If I may, Senator, we don't have a number specific to clerks, but I know...
Okay, how many clerks do you have now in the Superior Court? Ms. Atley? And then how many probation officers do you have in the Superior Court as well?
I know we have about 77 clerk positions territory-wide. Filled is at about 63% of that are filled.
Okay, and probation? Okay, so tell me what's a sufficient amount of clerks needed? I'm focused on the Superior Court because that's where your caseload is.
Correct.
And if things don't go well there, then you appeal to the higher court.
Right.
So the clerks and your probation officers, your turnover rate is high, and the turnover rate cannot, I know compensation is a big issue, but sometimes people stay in a job because the environment is welcoming. The supervisors create a comfortable atmosphere. And people stay in jobs, even they'll take a lower pay if they have a peace of mind at the job. So I don't want to attribute all of your departures to salary. How are we looking at the work environment? How are we looking at the atmosphere of the clerks? And how are we looking at the fact that your backlog of cases is in the Superior Court, and for a time being, you may need to reinstate overtime until we're able to hire more clerks, retain them. What is the retention plan? Do you have a retention plan? Anybody? No? Somebody?
I think what we're trying to do, Senator, is stabilize. And we have a salary adjustment in the budget for particularly the clerk's office.
Clerks and probation, 'cause I know probation. I'm looking at the post-audit report. I think you're going to have a probation crisis as well at some point, if the post-audit report is correct. Ms. Atley, you have an answer for me? It was because I want to say Miss Regina.
Yes.
Last name.
Peterson.
Peterson. Trying to be appropriate here. Ms. Peterson told me 67% has been filled in the clerk's office, but what is your amount of clerks? What's the actual amount of clerks in the Superior Court?
Okay. Good morning again, Koya Atley, Human Resources. So we do have a total of 34 court clerks, including the court clerk interpreters, and we do have a current total of 10 probation officers.
So you have 34 clerks in the entire Superior Court?
Filled currently, yes. And that does not include the vacancies that we are actively recruiting for.
How many clerks do you need to run a Superior Court?
We haven't, I think we've had discussions regarding what that optimal staffing will be in terms of for the clerk's office, and we haven't finalized what those numbers are.
Okay, hold on a second. So tell me, how are you recruiting right now? What's your recruitment? Because I haven't heard a retention plan. And a part of your retention plan has to be, in a period of time, fair compensation for your clerks, because you are at a critical point.
Yeah.
And your caseload at the Superior Court is exorbitant. So we need a retention plan. Now, what are your recruitment efforts? Because respectfully, Judiciary, the only thing that you guys come every year and tell us is that you need more money. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing you tell us. And when we can't give you the full allotment, as we know the government has a economic crisis, every agency we try to balance. The only thing that we have is we didn't get our full allotment and we need more money. But I'm not hearing the creativity within the leadership to augment some of this. So what's your recruitment efforts?
So currently,
is it time?
You may conclude.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Atley.
Okay. So currently our recruitment efforts are wide. So we do recruit on our website. We also recruit through NeoGov. We also use a software platform called Simplicity that allows us to post in one online job site that targets all universities and colleges. We also do, depending on the positions, we do advertise through our local bar association. We also partner with UVI to be able to reach their alumni. We also utilize CAHS as well as...
So how is that going? Because you have a lot of platforms. So what is the return of investment?
Well, UVI Simplicity, we've had great return on our investments because the candidates that we are getting are actually being hired by our judicial officers, and we're getting candidates that have degrees for those degreed positions. So I would say the return on investment for that particular platform is working really well, as well as NeoGov, partnering with DOP and using that platform to reach the wide audience in the Virgin Islands. So I think our recruitment efforts are strong, and we're utilizing multiple platforms to be able to reach a wide range of candidates for our positions. In addition to, one of the things that we've been doing is really boosting our training platform, because we recognize that individuals may not have that court-specific background that we're looking for. So what we're doing is implementing a lot of defined training plans to allow us to bring individuals who have no prior court knowledge into the organization and be able to make an impact within 60 to 90 days.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, just briefly, tell me the breakdown of your clerks by district. How much on St. Thomas? And you said 34 overall?
That is correct, Senator. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have a total of 19 court clerks, which also include our court clerk interpreters. And then in the St. Croix district, we have a total of 15.
And for data purposes, now going back to your cases, your trial cases, how many trial cases are in the St. Thomas and Dan district, and how many are in St. Croix?
St. Thomas, civil, criminal, total, excluding calculator. Not including family division, but civil and criminal, which also does include small claims and evictions. We're looking at 2,300 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and about 4,600 in the St. Croix district, which also includes a complex litigation, mass tort cases.
Thank you for allowing to, Mr. Chair, but we definitely have to look at that retention plan for the marshals, for your probation officers, and for your clerks. And I can understand why you have that discord between the Supreme Court and the Superior Court, because if you look at the load of cases, the heavy lifting lies on the Superior Court, and we haven't come up with a retention plan to really fairly compensate these individuals. I think if you came before the body and you said that these amount of clerks or these amount of employees in the Superior Court are really overworked, we need to keep them on board. We need to do a line item in the budget with this amount of money to fairly compensate them, because we are at a point that if we don't have them, the backlog will increase. I think if you gave a case like that, the body will be able to say, listen, we really have to retain these staffers, this personnel, and we are going to allocate this amount of money to retain them. But that hasn't been the narrative really and truly. So as we sit here, we just get a lump sum, we get a lump sum, and we're unaware of a lot of these things. So the data is showing that as a body, guys, the Finance Committee, we do have to take care of that critical staff. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Madam Clerk, put 6 minutes on the clock for me, please. Ms. Rapsat Simon, I see that you do reconcile your bank accounts. How often do you reconcile your bank accounts?
We are reconciling monthly on the bank account. There was one footnote there for our account that we didn't receive our statement for that went back, but monthly is our approach.
Very well. I know my colleague spoke to rental, and I see that you have three rental properties that lease has expired. The one for the lab management, Hannah's Rest Properties, and Ross Estates. One expired in March, one expired September. Oh, I'm tripping, sorry. One expired February 28th of this year. One is to expire in August, and the other one is February 28th. Have those leases been renewed and are in the progress of being renewed?
I'll let Ms. Pickering answer regarding the contracts, the lease agreements for our lease premises.
Natalie Thomas Pickering, Director of Procurement. Yes, Senator, those leases were renewed.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me go back to the testimony now, because I have some questions in here. Chief Justice Hodge, let's start off with expanding your juror pool. What would that look like in terms of expanding the pool? You say you need to expand it. How would that look?
Well, as I said, we currently look to DMV and the voter registration list. Those are where we get our jurors. Other states, Nevada in particular, the Chief Justice told me that they expanded to the utilities, to the power company. And as a result, they were able to capture others. Others use the tax records, IRB, and property taxes, and we might find people there. We have the software that can weed out so we don't double, and that's really the only thing that we can look at. I don't think anything else really.
Okay, very well. And also you spoke to a catastrophic failure when it came to your air conditioning units. And you're going to be replacing it in short order, which is good for the employees and staff. Do you have a preventative maintenance plan in place? And if not, when do you plan to put one in place to assure that?
Well, we do, and we have service contracts, but we knew that those were on the last leg, and actually we started to advertise for the replacement, and they actually just quit. Luckily, proposals were going to take 6 to 8 months to replace them, and luckily we were able to find them brand new in Puerto Rico that was not being used on a job, and they were able to bring them over. And Mr. Williams can probably explain, but I believe yesterday they restarted one of them, and so we are beginning to get some air. But they actually failed. We had to go to Home Depot and buy every portable air conditioner we could get, and kept the offices somewhat cool.
Okay, very well. And you spoke to volunteers to accept appointment when it comes to private attorneys.
Right.
What the number look like in terms of the pool, and what would have represented in terms of staffing if you had it?
We have panels. We have for felony cases, we have for the family court, and on some of these panels there are 2 attorneys, so that they are being reappointed, and they have one of the most dependable have asked to resign so that he can catch himself, and so that's why we were looking at other ways. And the alternate public defender, unfortunately, in a small community, the public defender is often has a conflict. If there is multiple defendants, they can only represent one, so you have to get others to represent. We usually have 3, 4 defendants, and the public defender, they might represent a defendant today. The next case, that defendant is the main witness or the victim, and the court they cannot then represent them. And the entire office is conflicted. It can't, as if you can just assign a different attorney. So it'd be basically to start a second office, and when there's a conflict, you appoint from that. If you have
2 minutes.
2 conflicts, then you will go to the private bar, which is very, to the voluntary. And if there's not enough, then we involuntarily appoint people, which, has become a problem because attorneys believe that they, cannot involuntary servitude, and we can't be conscripting their services without.
The alternate public defender, what's the funding for that position?
Well, we don't have them in the budget.
That's my question. What would be the funding for that position?
Yeah, well, we said it would be at least 2 attorneys, an investigator, and a secretary in each district. So that's 4 attorneys. And an attorney is 100 plus, and with 47% or 44%, as the graph will say in French. So, you can easily calculate what it would cost.
Okay, very well. Well, I'd like to see those numbers, and that will assist. Let me ask you, I know you mentioned many challenges in your testimony. What's your top 3 challenges that's facing you right now in the department? What keeps you up at night, as my colleague usually will say? Your top 3 challenges at the department.
Well, the key challenge is jury trials. Those are the persons that are in jail. Those are the people that needs to be brought to trial. And with the COVID, you cannot really conduct a jury trial. They were suspended. So Senator Sarro, the backlog has grown because, if you hadn't had trials in 2 years, people are still being arrested and cases are being filed. And, we have a plan to bring back retired judges and try to dispose as many of that backlog as possible. And, but that's really would be the key thing, to get those jury trials being tried. And as I said, the court has done, because being able to schedule a case for trial, automatically you get pleas. So, we are disposing of cases in that way.
Okay, very well, colleagues. We're going to do a second round. I'm going to give you I am, but I'm going to give you, for the second round, we're going to do a 4-minute round. But before we do that, we're going to take a 3-minute break so you can do what you need to do in the interim. We stand and recess for 3 minutes. We're back on the record. Before I go to Senator DeGraff for his second round of questioning in 4 minutes, Ms. Atley, based on all that's transpiring in the department, how the morale? What would you say the morale on a scale from 1 to 10? Because I know throughout the years you have put on a lot of different activities, etc., like you said, for the employee, but that really don't compensate for everything else. But what would you say the morale look like? Pull the mic to you. Move over the computer. Yes.
Testing. Okay. Good morning again, Senator. I would say that our morale may probably be around a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
In light of the pandemic, the increased workload, short staff, salaries, and our inability to do a lot due to restrictions is where I would say it currently is.
Okay, very well. Thank you for being honest and forthright. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, good morning. Good morning again, everyone. Do you owe vendors? Any outstanding monies owed to vendors?
Yes, we have some outstanding obligations. Just one moment, please.
Okay, and revenue. What kind of revenue do you generate, or have you generated since, again, with the COVID and everything, in numbers and revenue generation?
If you give us a moment, Senator, we don't want to hold up your time. We'll get that information for you.
Okay.
I do have the outstanding obligations of 600,308 as of today.
Give me the number again, please.
600,308. And these are items in process.
Okay, and all of that is budgeted, or again, they come from prior budgets, so it is budgeted total for in the 23 budget?
They will be accommodated if any of these are against prior year obligations, then they would be covered by those encumbrances.
Okay. Okay, and any revenues, or you're still looking for that?
Looking for that.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, in regards to where it said, I think 23 separations from clerks, I don't know if involuntary separation was mentioned. How many terminations did you have to do during the fiscal year 22?
So in fiscal, Koya Atley, Human Resources, Judiciary. So in fiscal year 2021, we had 2 involuntary separations, and thus far in fiscal year 2023, we have 1.
22 and 1. Okay, cool.
Senator Regina Peterson, in our 2021 annual report, remember that the courts were a pass-through entity, so all court fees and costs are passed on to the general fund, and our total revenue collection was at 1.1 million. I'm still working on getting the totals for thus far in the current fiscal year.
Yeah, and I can remember, I think from that conversation, we were trying to see, well, how we could even get that money to stay with you. So again, you know, I'm looking for angles, man. I'm looking for angles. Retirements. How many retirements have we had?
Koya Atley again, Senator. 4 retirements thus far for this fiscal year 2022.
Okay, and they have been paid up through GRS and everybody so they could collect their money and have been collecting their money.
You will? Generally speaking, Senator, we keep track of those payments on with the withholdings, and as soon as we receive invoices from GERS, those are promptly paid. I don't think we have any currently pending.
Okay, so I guess those 4 are taken care of. Now, again, back to employees, and I'll close out with employees because I've spent 40 years working in government, and I've been retired for 3. And during that 3 years, opened up my eyes to things a lot more clear. And you realize it when you get a break from the grind of work every day. And I love work. But again, it's our employees. And the court is looked at, similar to the legislature, as the money stays at the top. So again, it's for sometime communication to get it down to the bottom to let people know. Because I'm saying 27 people leaving the court, leaving any place in the government, where the government is talking about 1,200 vacancies, 27 leaving is a lot from one place. So it's now I know through unions they have pay scales and different things like that. Do you have that pay scales set up, or you just pay percentages randomly throughout the employees? How is it done in terms of compensation?
No, we do have compensation scales. The issue is that we don't have a single compensation scale for the branch following unification. There were scales in existence for the Superior Court and scales in existence for the Supreme, and we're still working to merge into one compensation plan, but they're generally the same standard type scales with the 2.5% in between 21 steps and things of that nature. So we do have existing pay plans.
Okay, so then the wage increases are, the last wage increases were at what percentage?
5%.
5%. Across the board.
Across the board.
So I know in the 6 years I've been here, we've been doing the wage increases and stuff. And one of the issues, I was looking at the post-auditor report now, it ain't coming up now, but overtime issue. I know with the clerks and overtime, as my previous colleague mentioned in terms of overtime, is overtime or has been overtime been worked out for the marshals? Because I know, so overall overtime has not been worked out.
Correct. We have not reinstated the overtime.
Okay, so again, that has to look, because I remember when we adjusted the marshals' salaries, and it was a trickle-down effect, so maybe we have to look at it across the board. The marshals, the clerks, everybody are doing, and as a branch of government, Chief Justice, thank you to your branch of government for what you do in providing the services that you do. It's very meaningful in the territory and very much needed. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My questioning is going to go towards one item I noted in the post-auditor report on page 12 of 27. I don't know if this is an error or not, but for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, I'm dealing with young people now. In the St. Croix district, it has in red for the column bank balance as of October 1st, 2021, at $97,416.98. Would somebody be able to explain that? But then it has bank balance as per notes. In that column, it has $99,263.76. I just wanted to get some clarification on those numbers.
What page were you on?
Page 12 of 27 in the post-audit report.
Senator, the reconciled balance in red is as of December 31st, 2021. So I was referencing that.
Okay.
We do reconcile monthly, but we weren't able to do monthly reconciliation. So there's an
overdraft?
I'm sorry?
Or was there an overdraft on the account why it was in red?
No, it's in red to highlight the note that the balance, the reconciled balance was as of December 31st. But the bank balance that we were providing currently is 99,000.
Okay,
So we
so-
just weren't able to give you a reconciled balance as of that period.
Okay, understood. Now, I want to go over on page 13 of 27. And this question is really regarding automation of issuing the checks, whether it's to your professional service contractors, to the jurors and everything like that. How are those checks issued? Are you still printing checks?
We are still printing
And
checks.
okay, now look at this balance with the disbursements under October, the registered check and check order, all of those on page 13 of 27. Are those amounts listed there, are those from checks that you had to print and send out?
For October,
Yeah.
was a month that we were still processing closing of the fiscal year, so there wasn't much activity in terms of vendor payments.
Okay, but the November check register.
Yes, those are the-
Those
that-
are physical checks you're issuing there.
That is correct.
And then we had a really high peak in December.
Yes.
Check register $2,187,744.99. How can you look at cost savings? Because if you get checks issued and payment issued electronically by your vendors, how much do you see that can be a cost savings, and it could go into other needs for the courts? Are you looking into that?
Actually, we have a demo that we're scheduling for that ACH function right now. We are in that process.
Okay, and is it going to be an added cost for you to implement the system?
Yes, because we have to acquire the module.
Okay, and do you have a percentage or estimated cost?
I can get you that. I don't want to go off the top of my head, but it's not significant for the module itself. I think it was around maybe 3,000, but I'll get you that exact
And
figure.
then this also includes payment to the jurors too, with the printing of the checks.
The jury checks are under a different bank account, so it's not incorporated here.
Okay, and do you print jury checks as well?
Yes, we do.
How much are you looking into also having that automated? And the reason why, I do know that there is significant cost savings when we are able to do ACH payment over printing of the check, and as well as time consumption. It's far more easier, it's more efficient and productive for us to do that. Is that something that you're exploring?
We don't have the jury checks issue on. It's something we are going to explore, but we are dealing with the vendor side immediately.
Okay,
the
the
jury
vendors-
checks is under a totally
So-
different system.
So I can say hopefully next year, God spare our lives, that we won't see all of these expenditures, which is looking more like maybe, I'm doing quick math, maybe about 4,000,
But these are the-
$4 million total.
These are the actual checks themselves.
These are the actual
vendor
checks.
payments.
Vendor
yes.
payments checks.
Yes.
So you should be able to see a significant savings once you convert to electronic payments for your vendors in this area, because that's critical. That's a cost savings right there that can help you and assist you with building up your budget. So what's your projected timeline to implement that as far as your vendor payment? Because I'm looking at these big numbers.
Well, let me clarify. These payments are actual vendor payments, not fees associated with the checks. These are the actual checks.
These are the actual checks.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I needed to get the clarification
Yes.
on, because I thought that this was a printing of the check.
No.
How much do you spend in printing of the checks?
That's really part of our labor cost, because the check, 1,000 checks by themselves is roughly about $500, $600. But
Okay.
this is all part of the efforts that we have for clerks to produce checks.
Understood. And thank you so much for clarifying it.
That's not check fees.
Okay, that's
actual
just
payments.
actual vendor
Payments.
payments. Okay, good. And now I want to also go back to a question relative to the amount of staffing, because I
Senator
noted.
When you please wrap up, because I was told that your time was called 2 minutes ago, but that's okay.
I didn't hear it,
that's fine.
Mr. Chairman.
That's fine.
So,
You can
and
wrap
thank
up.
you so much for alerting me.
All right, thank you.
There was another question I had relative to the amount of persons who we are looking for personnel for the judicial branch. I'm on page 25 of 27. They included justices. You have about 10 positions. It has 2 associate justice position. Have you sent in any? Can we talk about this? Have there been any recommendation? It's in the post-audit report. It has 27 of 20, page 27 of 20, I'm sorry, page 25 of 27. It speaks to that, and they have proposed positions.
Senator, those were positions authorized under Act 7888. And generally, we have received there's been no nominations to fill those positions. And as such, we don't include them in the budget. And that's why every year we testify that should names be sent down to fill that authorization, that this is the amount that we would need in a supplemental to be able to accommodate that.
Okay, so they are not included in the budget. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm clear on where these items stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Sabu, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the post-audit report, I'm not seeing marshals on the personnel listing. Colleagues, if I miss it, let me know. Huh? 24, okay. I'm seeing it now. Okay, let me just.
Yes, starting from 22.
Found it. So much happening, right? What is the requirement? I ain't done with your personnel. I am very worried about your personnel, right? I had a lot of questions, but I have to stay on personnel. What is your requirements for a clerk? Bachelor's? High school diploma? What's the requirement?
So it really just depends, Senator. I'll talk about our court clerk too, which is our higher level position. So that position has an associate that's preferred, but we do take individuals that have a high school diploma and 3 to 6 months of experience.
So among your clerks now, would you say that the majority of them have a college degree?
No, Senator.
Okay. Do they have certifications that the court offers? Do you have ongoing training, continuing education? Attorneys stay in CLEs, so I mean, is there continuing education for your clerks?
No, we do not have specific certifications for our court clerks.
Any training for the clerks offered? How many offered this year?
So what we do, Senator, is that we have not been able to, due to COVID, offer extensive training
not even
outside
a webinar?
of. Senator, if you'd allow me
sorry.
to
Go ahead.
answer.
Go ahead.
So what we have been doing is capitalizing a lot on the trainings that have been offered through the Division of Personnel to be able to make sure that our staff has the exposure to the technology relative to Microsoft Teams, Word, Excel, Outlook, and those critical programs that we use to operate within the judiciary. In addition, I know our clerk of the court has also been utilizing the YouTube channel to provide specific training to be able to assist our clerks in processing through the case management system.
So you don't have any, you don't belong to like a national association of, excuse my ignorance here, like senators are a part of NCSL, right? Is there an association of like clerks or anything that they can receive continued professional development?
Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, they are NACM. Well, that's National Association of Court Management, but they are organizations for court clerks
And
as
are
well.
they? And are you utilizing that organization for development for your clerks, or are we just going to talk about personnel training? And because we've had training in Microsoft Teams, we've learned to navigate that era, but I'm talking about specifically to the job.
1 minute.
The job is, while it might be similar on a high level, is different and very jurisdiction specific.
Okay,
so yeah.
So that's fine. When I used to teach, cultural competence was a problem. So a lot of our professional development came from within the school, and educators who were noted as key educators. So what professional? Because I'm confused. Court clerk 2, 36,363. One court clerk 2 is making 32,141. Another court clerk 2 is making 34,612. In the family division, and I was civil, in the family division, your court clerks are making roughly between 31,000 and 36,000. In the criminal division, the same story holds true. What is the judiciary's plan? Have you done a human resource plan, a merit-based system plan? Have you looked at the humans are the vehicles that drive an organization? Have you looked comprehensively at the personnel listing and say, hey, we may need to have a starting salary of $40,000 for our clerks? When we look at our educators, we had to move our teachers to $40K. And I'm telling you this because I started teaching with a master's degree at $28,000.
I know.
So what is the plan? And I keep asking, what is retention plan? And can you sorry, and I'm gonna let you finish now, but I'm just really passionate at this with probation, with your marshals, with this, because we can't keep saying turnover rate high, they're leaving. Why? Okay, salaries, fine. You come here, no retention plan. So there's no paper that say, hey, this is our plan to retain our staff. This is the retention plan here, and we are asking you for an additional $4 million solely to keep personnel. So help me out. Help. If I'm off in my thinking, I will concede. But talk to me, Ms.
Senator, you're
Dessing.
not. I would never tell you that you're off in your thinking. But I will say to you
I'm human,
that
I could be off.
No, but I will say to you that because of how we have proceeded in this budget process, we have always done things in small bites. And within the number that we submitted an adjustment for the clerks based on the staffing that's there for $328,000 to try to shift. $358,000 to try to do exactly what you said, shift that bottom up so that we can then begin the process of trying to stabilize
So
that
what's
division.
Mr. Chair,
You can conclude.
What's a shift from the bottom up? What does that look like? Is a shift from the bottom up changing the starting salary? Is a shift from the bottom up giving due compensation for the exorbitant hours worked to keep the court floating? Like, what does a shift look like?
What it looks like is similar to the approach that we had to take with the marshals is, of course, if you do raise your starting salaries to make it more attractive, you then have to, and once you start hiring and slating people in, you then have to make adjustments throughout based on the personnel that's already there. And that's our initial adjustment for our plan for the next fiscal year.
So that 358, are you line item to say this is what we need and that money is going to solely go for salary adjustments?
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
Yes,
and the 368 is enough? Based on these salaries, that's enough? At a fringe of 46%?
Senator, when we submitted our budget, we submitted something that we thought was sustainable and something that we could do. I would never say that it was the absolute best that we can do, but allows us the opportunity to adjust the salaries for our clerks, and we did put those separate items in the budget at that $358,315 as a particular line item that we talked about.
And thank you. Just to conclude, I really had to drill on this today, because if you lose your clerks, then we talk about a 27,000 case backlog. We will be looking at something else, I'm sure, if we don't have the adequate personnel to move. So I'm really sincerely concerned at your turnover rate and your salaries for a branch that, you know, need a heart of a democracy, a justice system.
As are we, Senator, and all of you. We thank you very much for that level of concern, especially when the clerk says a chief's testimony stated is the heartbeat. And we have that. We just invested $3.2 million in a state-of-the-art system, but it's only as good as the individuals working and putting the data into that system.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just ask a question about the breakdown of the backlog, the 27,000. How many are in criminal cases? Because I believe Administrator Peterson, you mentioned that about 16,000 of them may be in traffic.
Correct.
Yes. Could you tell us the breakdown of the case log, the backlog?
Well, I'll give you the pending caseload. The pending caseload. So by district, I can tell you in the criminal, in terms of the pending caseload, both non-jury and jury, the pending caseload is at 382 in the District of St. Thomas, St. John. And as it relates to the criminal division for St. Croix, that the number of criminal non-jury and jury cases total 1,010.
Point of inquiry, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It just been brought to my attention, Carl. Like I said, my computer had some stuff on it, but it went down. One final question. In regards to a warehouse that you have down in the sub-base area, and the warehouse needing to be clean because you have personnel who have to go into that dirty, you have funding in your budget to clean up this warehouse for the safety and protection of your employees?
We actually, Senator Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts, we have funding included in this budget to relocate that our file storage from that location. And we have been in discussions for the past year and a half to 2 years with PMP on a spot to do that.
Do you have a time frame? Thank you for the time frame. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't have a time frame, but if the funding is provided, we will definitely make it a high priority on that file storage area, especially because we're in the process of working and adopting a records retention policy to go along with it.
And thank you for that. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And that was my question. So let me follow up with it. How often do employees work down there in Subbase? The archives building?
I think the clerk of the court may be able to respond, but generally speaking, those are the older files.
Understood.
And they go down when there's a request for an old document. And I know that historically they might schedule that on Fridays, but it's really gauged based on the number of requests, and I don't have that information.
And with that being said, you plan to digitize those files in the future, near future?
That is our goal, yes.
And in the interim, because I know down there, do they have any restrooms down there?
Ms. Keynes or Tamara, I've been down there maybe once or twice, so I can't speak to the facility fully.
Who can speak to it?
Glendia Keynes, Court Services Administrator. Yes, the warehouse is in, of course, deplorable conditions. The staff, mainly the clerks, from the clerk's office, they go to the warehouse at least weekly. We do want to digitize the items that are there, but it's going to be an extensive process because we have millions of records, millions. Someone did an assessment several years ago, and there are millions of documents and records there that would have to be digitized.
And you said they go weekly. When they go weekly, how many hours do they spend down there? May I ask?
They try to minimize it. They try to be in and out as quickly as possible. So it can vary from 15, 20 minutes to an hour, but they don't try to stay very long. That's why, they schedule what they're going to search for based on the requests that come in. And then they go and once they're able to locate the items in a reasonable time, then they're basically in and out.
Okay, very well.
Can I add to that?
Please.
That's here, Clerk of the Superior Court. That is the goal. We usually try to go, but the clerks have not been going weekly. We have not. We've tried to limit because of the deplorable condition. We've tried to limit the clerks going to that building for any reason. What we have implemented is other strategy which allows us to provide a written verification of our record necessary, so that do not necessarily go to that building weekly anymore.
And because of the condition of the building, when they do go are they given gloves or mask or anything like that to assist with them being there?
Well, I always urge anyone that's going to that building, we always urge them to protect themselves. We have also either our marshal or our maintenance person may go with the clerks to assist them, but I always urge the clerks to go with the proper, if it's a mask, if it's gloves, something to protect themselves. If, it's dusty, you got to make sure that you have on something to protect yourself.
Okay, very well.
A lot of times also, if they go on a Friday, sometimes it's a dress down day, so they're not necessarily going, in full uniform or something like that.
Okay, very well. And Chief Justice Hodge, let me ask, in terms of your team, when it comes to this budget, everyone is at the table, basically putting their information in and saying exactly what they need for their division and departments?
Yes. As I indicated, it's a collaborative process, and everyone is involved, and then it comes to GMAC, and everybody discuss, and good suggestions come from those discussions, and changes may be made. And I could tell you, just in a prep meeting we had on Tuesday, we discussed in detail the lack of overtime, and this is something that was discontinued after the 8% reduction that the courts did not impose on the employees. The court took it in its own budget, and it had never gotten back those monies, and they have continued to get a reduced allotment based on that. And if you looked at the table that I have, you will see that for 6 years, the court got exactly the exact same budget. In the meantime, the general fund went up and up, other agencies went up, up, and up. And we've had to really operate within that budget. The few increases that we made, it came from within. It wasn't any additional. So when we took a 5%, it was actually, as you can see, last year was the first time that we actually got an increase.
Okay, two quick questions before my time is up. Because I know I appreciate the answers I've got from the clerks in terms of the archive building, but I didn't get my answer. Is there a restroom there that you know of?
Glendia Keynes, Court Services Administrator. No, there is not a restroom directly in the area where our files are kept, but there is one accessible through the Property and Procurement Department who manages that building. They would have to get the key from one of their employees, which is on a lower level.
Okay, very well. And in respect to the budget, I know also I've gotten, I ask this question because I usually get complaints. I get complaints all the time from every department and division. In respect to our marshals at the court, Mr. Walcott, that's his name, right. Mr. Walcott. In the budget request, did you put in funding for vests, etc. for the officers? Bulletproof vests?
Yes, Senator. Good day.
Good day.
Lawrence Walcott. We did have the amount put in for the body armor and also our communication radios for the Office of the Virgin Islands Marshals. And in another avenue, we're also trying to work with LEPC to see if we can also get some grant funding for them. So we're working that on two different angles.
Also equipment, the equipment in terms of the guns, etc.
Correct. Those are in the budget request.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses and your honesty. I must say you have a lot of challenges. Of course, funding being the biggest one, and that's why you're here defending a budget. And as my colleagues say, we're going to do our very best to assure that we give you what you need, but at the same time, that retention plan is very critical. Also, it will assist us in assuring, we line items on funding for certain individuals to assure that you can actually serve the public more efficiently and effectively. Yes, Ms. Rapsat-Simmons?
Yes, Senator Blyden, thank you. I just wanted to close out with putting some information on the record that was requested. With regard to the percentage that Senator DeGraff was asking about, with regard to the salaries themselves, the fringe percentage of that would be 44.23%. But if you're looking at fringe as a percentage of total compensation, it would be 31%, and the salaries would be 69%. And with regard to the overtime, we don't have anything broken out by clerks, but I wanted to say that the last time overtime was paid was in fiscal 2011. Yes, 2011, and that was suspended due to the austerity measures. So the last full year of overtime was for fiscal 2010, and that overtime figure across the board was $329,369 rounded. And for fiscal 11, which was suspended around cycle 22, that total was $241,074. So we didn't make it through to the full year, but the full prior year was at $329,000, and of course those salary levels were significantly lower at over 10 years ago.
Thank you so much for that.
Chairman Blyden?
Yes?
This is Kevin Williams, Assistant Administrator of Courts. Additionally, the information requested by Senator DeGraff regarding the case management contract amount, that amount is $3,180,000. We also had included $836,000 for 4 years worth of maintenance that was included in that contract price. And we are in, believe in the last year of that maintenance contract, or we'll be going into that last year of the maintenance contract.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. As I was stating, all time have expired. I'm going to give you, Chief Justice Hodge, 1 minute to wrap up, to make a closing statement before we release you.
Thank you. I wish to thank the committee for hearing us. We wanted to be candid and put out the issues that we are having and retaining employees. Our salary levels are low. I can tell you that when the NOPAs come to me to sign, and I scroll down to see how much the salary is, and I see that we are still starting people at $28,000 and $29,000. Ms. Adler can tell you how often I have come to her and asked her, is this really for real? And, so I wanted to really explain that when we come before this body, and we are always asking for money, and I included that table that you can see on page 6 of my statement that shows from 16, and that's when we unified the branch, up to 2021, there was hardly any increase at all in the judiciary's budget. And every other agency, the general fund amount went up from, the 7, 8, now 900 million plus, and we have gotten the exact same. And we have had to operate within that, and unfortunately, we could not keep the employee level up. If we did, we would basically have to, maybe close 1 or 2 days a week in order to make it through. And I really would hope that the legislature bite the bullet and allot the funds that we have asked for. In the past, when I first came on, when I presented a budget, we got to the penny. And in most instances, the legislature would give us more and ask us to do things, whether it's the Rising Stars. And now we have been coming year after year and asking. And I keep emphasizing that we are not required. The legislature and the courts are exempted from presenting their budget through the executive branch. And yet when we come here, we are confronted with what I consider as a placeholder that he put in the budget. And I expect this body to really look at what we need and award it. And that's really what I'm asking. I laid out in detail. I know, Senator Saro, I think when you look at the main cases, the criminal cases, which are the ones that are critical in terms of corrections, it's not thousands. I think it said it's 1,000 in St. Croix and 300 and something in St. Thomas. So it's not a lot. And a lot of those developed because of COVID. We were not trying cases, and therefore we couldn't decide them. But the court does have plans to attack this as soon as we can get back to operating on a normal basis, and we fully intend. So I would again beseech this committee to once and for all, and this year may be the 1 year, so we don't have to come back again and start. We can look at where we start from, and if we need more or we need less, but until we can get funded at the level that we've asked for. And we're not asking, you're not throwing these numbers out. We have asked in some years for as much as 47 million. And the legislature basically tell us go back and come back with something else. And that's why we have started to really, we say ask for the minimum amount because we don't want to come here and not being taken seriously as to really what we need. So with that, I thank the committee, and I'm hoping that when you have your markup sessions, actually there is no one in that room to speak for the judicial branch. I think the Judiciary Committee, Rules and Judiciary, that's the only committee that somehow is tied to the judiciary. But we know that there is no one in that room that speaks for us, and therefore we are coming to you to speak and have you be our ambassadors.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice Hodge. We all do speak on behalf of you and the department, but in all seriousness too, though, you made a suggestion in your testimony in respect to some states giving 5% of the budget to the Justice Department. If you can share that information with us, we'd appreciate it, because right now we give agriculture 1% of the budget, so we did legislation on that before. So if you can share that with us, we'd appreciate it, okay?
Guam's judiciary, which is a smaller judiciary from us, they get 5.32% it was their budget last year. Puerto Rico, and I remember discussing it with the Chief Justice. I asked him how was he going to make out when there was a reduction, and he says we have an understanding that the judiciary gets 4.5%, and that is fixed of their billions, whatever it is. They get that amount, and I think 5% should be the minimum that we should be getting.
Okay, very well. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Committee on Finance stands in recess until 12:45.
Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
The Virgin Islands Fire Services. Invited testifiers, Darrell George Sr., Director.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I allow the Virgin Islands Fire Service to put the name and title on record, Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Evan James. Once again, I want to thank those individuals who are here to testify on behalf of the Virgin Islands Service. I'm going to begin by allowing the director to put his name and title on the record along with those individuals who have accompanied him in the well. Director, Mr. George.
Good afternoon, Senator Vele. I'm Darrell A. George Sr., Director of the Virgin Islands Fire Service.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Robin Ellett. Good afternoon. I'm Robin Ellett, Medical Director of VI Fire EMS.
Barbara Williams Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll.
Good afternoon. Lyle Anthony Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director of EMS for Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good afternoon. St. Thomas St. John District Fire Chief David Hodge.
Thank you so much. And St. Croix. Start over, Mr. Titus.
Good afternoon, Senator Clibert Titus, St. Croix Fire Chief.
Next.
Good afternoon. Antonio Stevens, the Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire Service.
Next.
Shaman Acres Hewlett, CFO, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands Fire Service and EMS.
Good afternoon. Camila Clemens, Executive Assistant to the Director.
Thank you so much. Director, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Court A. Vele, other distinguished members of the 34th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. I am Darrell A. George Sr., Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, now known as VI-FEMS. I'm joined by members of the FEMS executive team. With me today, virtually or in person, are Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director for Fire, Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director for EMS, Lyle Evelyn, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Charmaine Akers Hewlett, Director of HR and Payroll, Barbara Williams Brown, Medical Director, Robin Ellett, Territorial Training Coordinator, Mr. Bolton, who is not here today, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief David Hodge, and St. Croix Fire Chief Clibert Titus. We appear before you today to present the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. With the passage and enactment of Bill 34-0101 earlier this year, the Virgin Islands Fire Service legally transitioned to an all-hazard first responder agency responsible for delivering EMS as well as fire protection and other life safety emergency services. To reflect its expanded mission and workforce, we will now include single-role EMS providers. The name of the agency has been changed to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, VI-FEMS. FEMS will continue operating 10 strategically located fire stations, each of which will have the ability to provide both fire and EMS response. As discussed in previous testimony, the level of each station EMS response capabilities will vary. Operational need and dedicated the assignment of EMS equipment and personnel, and the level of response to each station will provide. Once the transfer of EMS personnel is finalized, FEMS will have a staff of 308 employees organized into the following 4 units: the suppression unit, the arson and prevention unit, the administrative unit, and the emergency medical services unit. Created by Bill 34-0101, the emergency medical services unit will be tasked with providing pre-hospital medical care and will be the primary staff by single-role EMS providers transferred from the Department of Health. The unit will be helmed by the Assistant Director of EMS and the newly appointed EMS chiefs will have oversight. The medical director will have medical oversight over all aspects of pre-hospital care provided by the unit. Staffed by a single and dual road fire personnel, the suppression unit will continue to be the largest agency unit. Its mission is to provide timely all hazard response will remain unchanged. There will also be no change to the responsibility of the arson and prevention unit. It will remain the investigative and enforcement arm of the agency, tasked with investigating fires, educating the public on fire safety and prevention, and enforcement of life safety codes. The administrative unit will continue to support the operation of the agency other unit by performing key administrative functions such as financial management, human resources, procurement. In time, the unit will expand to include medical coding and building of personnel. The operation of FEMS will be funded by general fund appropriations supplemented by non-appropriation local funds and federal grants award. For FY 2023, FEMS is requesting a general fund appropriation of $30,176,960. To account for the increase in personnel due to the transfer of EMS employees, this request is 7% increase from the agency FY 22 budget, FY 22 appropriation. As is customary, more than 90% of the appropriation will be used for staffing. With majority of the general fund appropriation dedicated to labor costs, none of the appropriated funding is in a key component of the FEMS budget. Non-appropriate local funds are projected to total $827,800 in FY 23. This estimate is based on a projection for the Fire Emergency Fund and the Emergency Services Fund. The Fire Service Emergency Fund is a special fund consisting of fines, fees collected by the Prevention Unit for fire safety inspection, permits, and other service. The fiscal year 2023 projection for that fund is $557,800. The Emergency Services Fund is shared special fund consisting of emergency surcharges collected by users of mobile phone, landlines, and other monies, listed entitled in 33 VI Code Section 3099. Without seeking additional approval, FEMS may expand up to 1/3 of the aggregate money in the fund, which is projected at $270,000. To fund the purchase of equipment, fill critical vacancies, and meet the operational needs not covered by local fund, the agency has secured grants from U.S. Department of Agriculture Forestry, the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA, the Department of Interior DOI, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency VITEMA in the recent years. Of the $2.9 million in grant funding secured in 2019, approximately $750,000 will remain available for use in FY 23. This includes the following: $60,000 awarded to the USDA Forestry Service through the Cooperative Forestry Assistance Program. 2, $606,031.83 will remain in the staffing of adequate fire and emergency response safer grant awarded, totaling $2,095,495. 3, $79,521.65 will remain in the Homeland Security Grant Program funding awarded by VITEMA. $7,000 which remains from the award of $232,000 from the Department of Interior Capital Improvement Project CIP grant program. Additional funding may become available should FEMA approve a pending application to the Assistance to Firefighting Grant Program. With this continued assistance, the Disaster Recovery Partners with O'Brien, the Office of Disaster Recovery, VITEMA, the Department of Public Works, the agency has worked to advance the obligation and completion of projects to repair, harden, or replace its facilities. To date, projects for the repair and strengthening of following facilities have been obligated: Hobart L. Canigata Fire Station, Richmond, St. Croix, wind retrofit, safe room construction, generator installation, repair and mitigation, combined with Emil Henderson Fire Station, Frederiksted, wind retrofit, safe room construction, generator installation, repairs, mitigation, combined with Emil Henderson Fire Station, Emil Berry Fire Station, Dorothea St. Thomas, repair and mitigation, Omabrong Fire Station, Ras Tannenberg, St. Thomas, repair and mitigation, Coral Bay Fire Station, St. John, repair and mitigation, the Junior Firefighters Building in St. Croix, Estate Slab, the George P. Scott Maintenance Building, Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas. 2 of these projects are in the design phase, 4 are in the solicitation phase. Projects to replace the Cotton Valley, Tutu, Fortuna, and Cruz Bay Fire Station have been received preliminary approval and are currently in the development phase. The project to rebuild the Charles Seal Fire Station in Estate Grove Place has continued to move forward. A vendor has been selected for the demolition and the excavation phase of the project, and a contract for this service is pending. The temporary facility has been secured, and the build-out of the space will begin this month. Through careful stewardship of its funding and strategic planning, the agency has been able to meet key objectives in the fiscal year. It has filled critical positions, increased the number of EMS certified personnel, enhanced training, procured critical equipment, expanded the fleet, and replaced one of our facilities. Commitment to optimize the staffing level, the agency continued to fill critical firefighting vacancies. In FY22, in November of 2021, 8 new fire personnel in the St. Croix district were placed on shift. As part of the strategic hiring plan recruitment efforts, we then focused on the St. Thomas St. John district, and 22 firefighters were hired in that district in May 2022. Filling supervisory positions remain a priority for the agency. Promotions for eligible persons were and continue to be processed swiftly to ensure supervisory vacancies are filled expeditiously. 3 fire personnel have been promoted to the rank of lieutenant and captain. Other 8 are expected to be promoted to the rank of corporal, sergeants, and lieutenant before the close of the fiscal year. Seeking to also fill leadership position promptly, the agency recently finalized a hiring process for the EMS chiefs in both districts. In fiscal year 2022, firefighters continue to earn EMS certification, increase the number of EMS certification personnel in the agency. 4 firefighters earned their National Registry Emergency Medical Responder EMR certification, bringing the total number of firefighters EMR to 25. 2 others became nationally registered emergency medical technician. Additional personnel are expected to complete training before October. It should also be noted that 1 firefighter is scheduled to complete the paramedic studies within the next month. Since the hiring of the Territorial Training Coordinator in August, the agency has significantly expanded the training offerings. Uniformed personnel have the opportunity to receive instruction, practice skill relating to infection control procedures, EMS, hazmat, auto extrication, rope rescue, fire suppression, emergency vehicle operation, and plan review. EMRs and EMT courses are currently underway, and training on fire cars and investigation, water tender, operation, and instruction are upcoming. In addition to increasing the number of training offered, the training coordinator has begun to establish local certification in specific roles, such as Firefighter 1 and Driver Operation. The certification will be served as a recognition that the certified personnel have been trained in the industry standards, National Fire Protection Association, and will have the competency necessary to perform the specific functions. These certifications are components to the comprehensive training plan that we have begun to develop for the suppression, prevention, and EMS unit, which will be included in the merger plan submitted to this body. In FY 2022, a majority priority of the agency was upgrade and expanding its fleet of emergency response vehicles. In February, 2 rescue vehicles purchased with the grant funding from the Department of Interior were received and put into service. An additional 6 response vehicles, 4 quick response QRVs, and 2 pumpers are expected to arrive in the territory by the end of the month and will be put in service by July. The QRVs were purchased with a grant award from the Department of Interior. The pumpers were procured with the funding appropriated by this body. 3 other fire apparatus were purchased with these appropriated funds. However, due to the supply issue, there was a delay in production. They are now expected to be completed by September. With the aid of grant funding, the agency was able to procure critical equipment this fiscal year. Self-contained breathing apparatus, the device worn by firefighters to supply air, and the cascade system used to refill the air packs were purchased and are expected to arrive in August. To ensure all employees have safe and healthy working place, the Prevention and Administrative Office on St. John was transitioned to a new mobile facility in December. The previous modular had developed major issues and was no longer suitable for the intended use. Building the success of FY22, VI firms will work to accomplish strategic goals and further enhance its mission and vision in FY 2023. These goals will include filling critical positions, expanding the fleet, establishing a marine response team, repairing facilities, negotiating new collective bargaining agreement. Recognizing the critical need for EMS providers, VI firms intend to prioritize the hiring of EMS personnel in FY23. With the Assistant Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Personnel, VI firms will seek to hire 6 EMTs and 4 paramedics in each district. That's the first phase. The agency will also seek to fill position of emergency vehicle technician on the island of St. John, which we have advertised unsuccessfully since January. Another anticipated hire in FY 2023 is a legal counsel. In the upcoming fiscal year, firms will continue its efforts to expand its fleet. The agency is hopeful that its request for $1.9 million for 7 ambulances will be approved. The request was part of the Territory Community Project funding request to the Congress by the delegate. Another goal for the upcoming fiscal year is establishing a marine response team in the St. Thomas St. John district. After months, the agency have finalized a specification for the response vessel and initiated the procurement process. The boat will be purchased with the funds appropriated by this body. Members of the response team will be created internally, and a training plan for the marine response will be developed by our training coordinator. As in fiscal year 2022, a major goal for FY 2023 is the beginning construction of projects for the repair, hardening, and replacement of all hurricane damaged facilities. The agency is looking forward to housing its its personnel and equipment in a stronger and more resilient structures. As the most recent collective bargaining agreement with the Association of Firefighters Local 2125, 2832, and 3117 has expired, negotiating a new agreement with the bargaining units will be a priority of VI firms. The Office of Collective Bargaining have continued to provide timely updates on the availability, and we will promptly respond to scheduled requests once it becomes available. In closing, I would like to thank all fire and EMS personnel for their service and personally assure them that we will make this transition a unified agency as smooth as possible. To this body, I say thank you for the opportunity to testify today and your continued support. We await your questions, and I say thank you again for the opportunity and to my team. Stand ready for questions, Senator.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go into a 6-minute round, and if we need a next round, we'll proceed to a second round, but we'll begin with a 6-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director George, and your support team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden.
Well, it's a budget hearing, so let me get into some budget questions first. I have a couple other questions, but let me get into the budget questions. Who deals with your numbers? Who deals with the numbers from your department that's there with you? The numbers.
Meshami Eccles Hewlett of my CFO and St. Croix.
Okay. Let me ask in the postal report. Let me start there. Under the general fund, other services and charge.
Senator, what page, please?
I'm sorry, page 4 of 22. Other services and charge. To date, how much have been expended in that category?
Ms. Hewlett?
On the other services?
Yes. And what's included in that category, may I ask?
Other services includes training, communication, travel, rent, and professional services.
Okay.
And of that, approximately 219 have been expended.
To date? Okay.
To date.
Okay, very well. And you're recommending 308,623 for fiscal year 23. Let's go to page 10 of 22. Federal grants. I see you have the cooperative fire program and 2 different project numbers, and one expires in September of this year. Will they 70,000 have been received from that grant? Was there a total before? Well, you know what? No, I'm tripping. The 70,000, the amount, correct? The total amount of the grant?
Yes, that was the total amount of the award of the grant, Senator.
How much have been spent thus far?
Ms. Hewlett?
Right now we have, we're getting quotes to expend that whole 70. It hasn't been spent yet, but we have quotes coming in, and that should be, within the next few weeks, that should be zeroed out.
Okay, so you anticipate spending the whole amount before the time have expired?
Yes, Senator.
And the SAFER grant for salaries, I know that expire next in 2023 for 2,095,495. Do you have a breakout in terms of assuring that we will be able to spend all of those funds also?
Yes, Senator. That fund was, if you remember, when we came last year, that fund was to hire those firefighters on St. Croix.
Correct.
So this budget will be submitting for the funding for those additional personnel after this grant once it expires next year.
Okay, and would we be able to get those people on board?
They're on board
time?
already. They are on board already. They've been working for like 2 years. Am I right? 2 years or a year and a half?
Okay,
2 years.
Thank you for that. I see you have no outstanding vendor payment, which is good. How many vacancies do you have at this time?
Ms. Brown?
We have approximately, Barbara Williams Brown, we have approximately 15 firefighter vacancies.
How many? 15?
Correct.
And what are we doing to fill those vacant positions? And per district, what the number look like?
Vacancies?
Yes.
Vacancies, we have 15 for St. Thomas St. John District. Right now, we have a class ongoing with 22 recruits. And once the class is complete, we should be starting a new class in September.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Also, Director, you spoke to filling position for emergency vehicle technician on Island of St. John.
Yes.
You say it has been advertised.
Since January, Senator. We can't get anybody as yet.
Mr. Stapleton, good afternoon. You don't know nobody in St. John that qualifies for that position? Mike, please, of Senator Carrion's desk.
Good afternoon.
Mike, Senator Carrion's desk. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Stevenson, St. John. We reached out to a couple of people, but the salary ain't competitive. So that been one of the issues.
Okay, so Director George, with that being an issue, what is being done to increase the salary to assure that you can onboard someone, because we understand the importance of having a mechanic in St. John and all 3 islands, but in particular in St. John. So what have you done with this budget to assure that we can increase that salary for that individual?
So as with the process that we had, really nobody really didn't apply. So we on the drawing board to come up with another plan for increasing the salary a little more. We did hire somebody on St. Croix with the same salary. We're trying to, with the same salary amount. So we're trying our best to try to fill a position with the monies that we have available.
Director, you cannot compare St. John with St. Croix. St. John is way more expensive cost of living in St. John compared to St. Croix. So even though the salary is the same, yes, but the islands are different in terms of being able to survive. And most folks, when they see such a low salary, they don't even going to attempt to apply. So all I'm saying is let's see what we can do in terms of right-sizing the salary for that position. And it's going to have to be for both islands, because it's a cross government, but we need to increase the amount, because several departments have come in front of us and have the same issues, and we're trying to be creative and find a way to get it done. And some have, so we need to do that to assure that we can onboard someone in short
I assure
order.
you that will happen.
Thank you so much for that. And let me ask, do you have any rental property?
Right now we're renting a facility. Miss Hewlett, you could expound on that, please.
The Administrative and Prevention Office on St. Croix, we are renting there. And the facility that we're going to relocate the firefighters in Grove, we're going to be renting that out until the station is completed.
And finally, before, may I wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Okay, and finally, you spoke to expanding the fleet, establishing a marine response team. We know we are surrounded by water. That's a critical part of your operations. So you say you have finally come up with the specifications for the vessel?
Yes. So what we did was, for the last 4 or 5 months, we've been back and forth with companies. We brought a company in. What the initial plan is, Senator, to maximize, because we have so much agencies that deal with water. We brought in VIPD, DPNR, St. Thomas Rescue, U.S. Coast Guard. We brought in VI Port Authority. So the vessel is going to be a complete package. It's going to be a fire and rescue vessel, but at the same time, we wanted to put all the components in the vessel that we have learned from other agencies that have problems. So we went right side up and we did a lot of, what I want to use the word, a lot of studies to make sure what we're buying for the territory and the expertise of the individuals that are going to man the boat, because we have a lot of expertise that individuals that are firefighters that run the ferries. So we had a lot of specification we wanted to put in the vessel to make sure it's durable and we have less maintenance issues.
So do you have a time frame? Do you anticipate a time frame of when this will be completed?
We have sent the proposal to Property and Procurement. I'm in dialogue with them. I'm shooting, so this vessel should be here by January, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Director, how many firefighters were hired under the SAFER grant?
Ms. Hewlett or Ms. Brown?
20 firefighters were hired under the SAFER grant in St. Croix District.
Okay, and the grant expires March 31st, so the last 6 months will be transferred to the general fund?
Yes, Senator.
Well,
is it identified in this budget? The last 6 months, 6 months for those 25 individuals?
no, it's not. It's not in this budget. It was over the ceiling, and we're going to need $525,000 to cover them once they transition.
So it was over which ceiling?
This our
OMB? So OMB told you that 25 firefighters that are currently working have been working for 2.5 years. That is over the ceiling. So what do you expect you to do? Terminate those 25 individuals?
No, Senator, that's going to be part of the supplemental that we will be sending down.
Which supplemental?
The supplemental that the administration plans to send. We have some shortfalls that we have seen. For one, Senator, I think I brought this to your attention. The hazardous duty pay was not included in. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Hold up. I'm trying to get the numbers together. The administration is who sends the budget down to the legislature. We mark it up or down. If the administration plan to send down funding, and you're saying the supplement, which supplement? The supplement that they're sending down in 2 weeks?
A request, yes, Senator. That was an oversight from our part.
So how can they send down a supplement for 25 positions that are in fiscal year 23? The supplement would need to be fiscal year 23. Those monies are for the next fiscal year, not for this fiscal year.
Right.
When does the grant expire?
March
10th.
20 what?
2023.
2023. So there's no supplement that could come down in this year budget for next year. The supplement for this year budget is for this year budget. So if the administration know that we have 25 firefighters under the SAFER grant, then you got to put it in the 2023 budget. If you don't put it in the 2023 budget, you're literally saying that you're going to terminate those 25 individuals. So fire service need to resubmit their personnel costs to include those 25 firefighters for half of the year or 50% of the year. That's the only way it's going to work. We're sending out budgets. We know that we have individuals working, and OMB is going to say you have a ceiling and you have individuals working in those positions. This isn't the first time we've had a SAFER grant and we have taken care of those individuals. It allows us the luxury to utilize federal funds to bring them on for a number of years with the expectation that we're going to make them whole. So, Mr. Judge?
Yes, Senator.
We could easily do it in a markup, which we will do. But we continue to mark up this budget for the government of the Virgin Islands, and then they act like this is the best thing possible. And this budget is just flawed with errors. Flawed with errors. And we got to fix all the time. And they got enough to tell you that you're over the ceiling. Nah, that one can't work. Those 25 firefighters, you have my assurance that those monies will be in there to make sure that you guys remain whole for the remainder of the year and you become regular firefighters. You have 10 vacancies in the budget and 23 new positions. Is that correct?
Ms. Brown? Can you say that again, Senator? We're getting a little difficulty hearing you.
You have vacancies within the budget. How many vacancies do you have?
We have 15 firefighter vacancies. We have one.
Speaking of.
Can you hear me?
I'm what you submitted to post audit, how many do you have? I count 10 vacancies and 20 new positions. How many new positions? Or how many vacancies?
What page are you referring to, Senator?
Your overall submission, how many new positions are you requesting and how many vacancies are you requesting to be filled?
We're requesting to fill 15 vacancies, firefighter vacancies, 5 EMT vacancies, that's 20.
If you look at page, I will count again. I'm not getting those numbers from page 12 to 19. If you count the number of vacancies that you submitted, and to page 20, you can count the number of vacancies and the number of new positions. I saw 5 in EMS vacancies. That sound correct?
Yes.
And all of those are vacancies and not new positions. But then in fire service, I only saw 10 vacancies on the fire part and I think 23 new positions. So I need you to break that out. I'll come back to break it out by district. And then I will ask a question as to if any of those new positions that are funded at 50%, if any of those new positions are for the SAFER grant. But I'll go to the next senator and I will come back to that. Ms. Hewlett, where's the property for relocation of Grove Fire Station? For anybody, where's the relocation property? Mr. Titus.
Good afternoon, Chief Titus Inquiry.
Pull the mic down.
Chief Titus Inquiry. The new location is number 208 and 209 Grove Place, located right behind the ballpark in Grove, Emancipation Park.
Yes.
Right there.
It's sufficient? It's large enough?
It's more than enough for us right now.
Okay. And the rental cost is included in this year in the budget?
Read, Senator?
The rental cost?
$30,000 a year.
$30,000 a year, and it's included?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director was on the radio, listen to you, coming back, I hear you. So I come running because I've been hearing only one hanging. You sound a little, like you're a little nervous, man. You know what I mean? You're good, I got your back.
I good.
You sure?
You know, we don't stand on in Savan.
Okay, good. Because I hear you a little stumbling and then you said, nah, I got to come here quick.
No, I'm involved with my team today.
Okay, good. I like to hear that. Okay, then I'm going to start off with involving my team. I have a 15-year-old summer employee who are working with me, and I had her read your testimony and she provided some questions. So I'll just go with one of her questions first. One complaint among citizens in the VI is the amount of time it takes to the ambulances to arrive. In the testimony, there was a request of $1.9 million to purchase 7 ambulances. Would this purchase help fixing the problem?
With the integration, the time will cut down. I'll let my assistant director, Evelyn, speak some more about that.
Good. It's a 3-part question, so you could just go ahead.
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. With the integration of fire and EMS, you will have a tiered response system. A tiered response system meaning that from each and every fire station, we will have a medical response. For example, from all the main fire stations, we will have an ambulance response. From the outlying fire stations, such as in Cotton Valley, Dorothea, and Bodo, we will have emergency medical responders responding rescue vehicles. And while they're on the scene and stabilizing the patient, our ambulance will be en route for transport. Our goal is to have a minimal of an 8 response time from the time call received to the time a medical provider is at the scene of a patient.
Okay, great. It goes on. How do you intend to staff these ambulances if you're lacking EMS providers?
So that's part of the strategic hiring plan that we talked about in the testimony. If you look at the testimony, we said right now we're gonna utilize whatever vacancies that we have in the fire service to hire 6 EMTs in the St. Croix and St. Thomas district and 4 paramedics in the St. Croix and St. Thomas district.
So those vacancies funded 100%?
Those are funded in our budget, yes.
100%?
Yes,
Okay,
Senator.
good. Okay, and finally, would it not be better to move funds toward hiring these providers?
Yes, and that's the point. I think that's where Senator Vela was going with the.
Okay, good.
If we ask for more positions, no, we didn't, because the positions that we have there, we think we can move around, shift, and hire some personnel with the funding that we have, and start to mitigate the hiring process to bring the bodies up to the numbers that we need to provide the proper service for the territory.
Okay, great. And that's my summer employee, summer intern, Miss 15-year-old Abigail Jaboin. Great question.
We appreciate it.
Now, I was looking at did you receive a budget cut from OMB?
No.
Okay, good. Because I'm looking at the 2023 post-audit report, the budget summary. And then I'm looking at the 2022 budget summary it says 2022 recommended personnel services for 2022 recommended 21,346,665.
Which page is that on, Senator?
Well, that's a 22.
Oh, okay.
I compared 22 and 23. Now the 23 is on page 4. It says for 23 recommended personnel services, 20,071,433.
2 minutes.
So that's you went down from one. I know it was a recommendation in 22, but it's a lower recommendation in 23. Now, have the unions negotiated in fire, EMS, for your civilians? Let's deal with the fire. Have the fire portion of the unions negotiated as yet?
No, Senator.
Have they received all the monies up to date from previous negotiation?
Yes, they did. Yes.
Okay.
Retroactive and up-to-date salaries, sir.
So when are they due to negotiate?
We're right now waiting for a date for them to go back to the table. I have that in my testimony also.
Okay.
The chief negotiator has been in constant contact with the union and management on date availability.
Okay, now for the EMS section, how have they negotiated or are they up to date?
No, they also in their bargaining unit is waiting to negotiate also.
And they paid all their monies up front that they were supposed to get, or any of them still waiting for money?
At this time, I can't speak to that until I get all the reports, Senator, with the transfer. I can't speak to that. My apologies.
Next time, don't come here and say I can't speak to that. Like I say, this is your job now. You from Savan, I get your back. But hey, you find out, because again, we merging, everybody got to be on point. And for your civilian staff, are they up to date in their negotiated salaries and stuff?
They are also included in the up-to-date negotiation that's coming up.
Okay, good. So they are covered. Now the facilities that we're in, the different fire stations, I think you say closing the one in Grove?
That's going to be transfer. Yes, closing for demolition, but we have a location right up the street that we're going to transform into a fire station until the new one is built.
Okay, and the working environment for the firefighters and where your civilian employees and stuff, how is the working environment? Because now you added EMS personnel also to your numbers of fire personnel at each station.
With the upgrades, they will be in a good shape. As we go and our employees come in and sit with us, we have been making accommodations to the facilities as we go to accommodate the EMS personnel.
So how do you make upgrades and so, because see, a capital outlay says zero for 22, 0 for 23.
There are small outlays that we can use from funding that we have from the emergency fund, the prevention fund that we have to make improvements to those little things that we need.
You have funding. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good for that. That's most important.
Time.
Now, okay, just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, we gave you funding for fireboat. I know you mentioned about that, and also vehicles. Could you just elaborate on those two, and then you can answer in the chair time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator. Like I said earlier, we in the process right now of procuring the boat. We send the request to property and procurement. As we speak on the docks right now, we have 2 brand new fire pumpers on the dock in the territory. We have 3 more tankers building. They should be here in September. We have 4 quick response vehicle and tropical coming in any day now. Those for grant funding. We have applied for 1.9 million for 7 brand new ambulance. So I think we're gonna be okay. We could do with some more, but at this time, because of funding constraints and stuff, we're gonna hold tight and work the grant programs that are out there and see what we can get for the territory.
Thank you, Director. Which position you said was funded at 100% under EMS?
The vacancies that we have, Senator, is what we're gonna use for to hire those personnel for EMS for the first quarter till the 23 budget pass.
To hire the first quarter is the 23 budget.
The fourth. Sorry, my apology, I misspoke. The fourth quarter. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm looking at the positions. Right now, they're funded at 50%.
Right.
But you're going to go ahead and submit a supplement for the remaining 50% if you're able to get them on October 1st?
Yes, Senator.
So you have individuals now who are training for these EMS positions?
Yes, Senator. There's a class in St. Croix going to graduate on the 13th of July, and a class is going to graduate through the Whitley Skills Center July. So we'll have personnel ready to go.
Class of firefighters or a class of emergency medical technician?
Class emergency medical technician, Senator.
So you're requesting that those positions be funded at 100%?
Yes, Senator.
When was the merger complete? What was the date that the governor signed the bill?
April 9th. I think it was April 9th.
Okay, so this is a little more than 60 days?
Yeah, we're supposed to submit the 60-day plan to you, which will be delivered on July 5th to this body.
Okay.
The 90-day plan. Sorry, Senator.
What has been transferred to fire service? Payroll? What has been? Are you doing payroll? Who's a payroll person?
Ms. Brown.
Is a payroll for the EMS being done by fire service?
Senator Barbara Williams-Brown, the payroll has not been, we haven't started processing payroll. Once the pay period closes on Saturday and the employees from Department of the EMS providers receive their last paycheck through Department of Health, fire service will start processing their payroll. We're trying to make sure that we have a smooth transition so they won't receive a break in pay.
So that is, you're saying that as of after this payday, the transfer is going to take place?
Correct. Next week, after next week, we'll start processing of the NOPAs, and then the following pay period, we will be processing their pay.
Okay, so if there's a change in NOPA, so say just to change the department, what's the change in NOPA? Just to change the department?
The department transfer within the government.
Okay. Senator, and I'll come back. HR, look for the vacancies and the new positions so we could further discuss those and the safer grants so we could see what we could accommodate with the new positions that are funded at 50%. Senator, carry on.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and good afternoon to the fire department team. Director, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Senator?
I'm doing well. I would like to start off with a question I usually ask most of the department heads and agency heads. In regards to budgetary challenges, what are you foreseeing in FY23 as a budgetary challenge? What are you most concerned about?
My most difficult part of this right now is making sure we have the right amount of money to do this integration. I think everything else is moving smoothly. but making sure we have the proper funding to make sure this works how we had planned it out from day one. That's my only concern, Senator. I think we're going in the right direction, but just, like little things that we're seeing popping up that, I'm concerned about.
Well, like in any transition, there are always hiccups and challenges, so I can understand that. What this merge means to your budget financially? So what increase are we expecting to see?
The increase that I'm seeing in the, from the post-audit reports and our reports is that the $3 million that is going to come over with the health department for salaries, that's coming to fire service as part of the budget for personnel costs. We're still working on the other fundings that is going to be transferred in FY23. So that's a work in progress also that we haven't complete, but we're still in a not heated, but a good side right now to get it done before September 30th.
So you're looking at, you said approximately $3 million that will be added to your budget with the cost of personnel coming over with the transfer.
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said other funding that is available. Can you expound a little bit on that?
Yes, EMS do get a portion of the monies from the 911 fund. We're counting on that to run their operation, to buy tires, buy supplies and equipment. There's also some funding that is going to become available through the payment for ambulance services, which we're still in negotiation, which is in a bill that we have to negotiate with the Department of Health to still do the billing until we transfer all of the billing processes over to the fire service.
Do you have a forecast? What are you estimating that those revenues would be once transferred over to your area?
A forecast, I'll say, Ms. Hewlett, you want to give them a number from your side, financially?
I don't know what they have been collecting as far as the ambulance funds. But for the 911 fund, it should be around 400 and something thousand, a little more than 400.
Okay. So then you just have to look into the emergency services fund to see what was collected maybe in FY22.
Right.
And FY21 to have an idea what would that be.
That's 400 and something. That's what we get. That's 911. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. With regards to the grants that you have, any in jeopardy, Director?
No, a fire service don't leave anything in jeopardy.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And then, so where I'm not clear is with your vacant positions. So,
2 minutes.
If anyone can be able to assist me, because I'm seeing something in the post-audit report, something in your testimony. So, can you clarify then the amount of vacant positions that you have?
Barbara Williams-Brown. We have 16 vacant positions and have about 10 new positions. But those new positions, yes, we have about 10 new positions, and those positions would be used to fill the EMS staff.
The 10 new positions are for the EMS side. And you have 16 vacant positions right now.
Those 16 positions will be allotted for an upcoming fighter class.
Gotcha. Okay. And Director, is that what you need to be able to have fully staffed your department?
At this time, we're gonna do assessment after these hiring, and we just need to do a full assessment once the transfer are made, and then we could see what additional funding is there available that we can request to get more staff in. We just need to have a control on how much people is coming, how much people are out. We're still working on massaging those numbers at this time, Senator.
But Director, you should have the numbers of who is being transferred over from Department of Health, right?
Yes, we do.
And it's based on the needs that we have territorially. You should have some sort of figure of this is the amount of staff that I need, personnel, to be able to fully operate in the territory, correct?
Yes, Senator. And in my testimony, I said we want to hire 6 EMTs, 4 paramedics in each district as the first wave, and after that, another set of employees as we go. It has to be strategically done. We did it before with the firefighters, and we think if we do it this way again, it can be done in a proper, a more forceful manner than just going and say, here it is, this is what we need, without doing a full assessment. I may be wrong, but I think me and the team agrees to that.
No, I think it's important for you to have a full assessment in order for you to make the request. We don't want you to make a request for personnel that you don't need and you can't hire. So I fully agree with you. I just expect that that now that you're coming before this committee to make such requests is a great proper time to say this is what we need, so that you could be properly funded, because you have that opportunity now that you're before us, and we could do that once we get to the markup. Now, if I might, Mr. Chair, just in closing, a post-audit report, I see that you have no contracts, no contract listing.
Our page.
Is that a mistake?
Contracts meaning, what kind of contracts are you talking about?
In post-audit report, page 10, do you have any contracts with any company that provides services to the fire department?
No, Senator.
No, so there's no contract with no exterminating company. There's no contract with any janitorial services. No contract with anyone that cuts the grass. You have no type of contract with private entity.
We have cleaning contracts. That's the only contracts we have for both buildings in St. Croix and St. Thomas. That should be listed. But other contracts, no, we don't. We have cleaning services in both districts, Oma Brown and the Richmond facility, the Orange Grove facility that we utilize, Senator.
That's and how much is that janitorial contract? Because it's not in the post-audit report.
Ms. Hewlett, you could answer that.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, for the janitorial contract for St. Thomas is $21,600, and for St. Croix is $9,900. And we recently got a contract from Atlantic Trucking for $1,920 for trash removal.
Okay. Well, that's important to have in the audit report so we can know what type of contract service you have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. When is the transition date for the Grove Place Fire Station to move? When is it slated for demolition?
We're waiting for the contract to come back, Senator, as we speak. So the build-out is going to start this month. And we're shooting for the ending of January to have everything finalized with the contractor and start the demo and finish the build-out of the facility. That's what we're shooting for July.
Okay, so you're talking about the build-out of the facility that you're moving to?
Yeah, the rental. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so you're starting that build-out this month?
Yes, our team, Chief Titus and the rest of the team is going to do that internally and get that done and move the personnel over to the next facility. And then once the contract come back, we're shooting for the end of January to do the demolishing, then move on from there.
So you're doing an internal build-out?
Yes, Senator.
You have the monies for supplies, etc., for that build-out?
Yes, Senator. We're utilizing some of the funding from our emergency fund.
Okay, before I go to the next senator, I'll just open up so that they can have some questions. The next senator is going to be Senator Joseph. You got two emergency funds. You have the Emergency Services Special Fund, and you have the Fire Services Emergency Fund. Which one receives money from the 911 from cell phones?
Emergency Service Fund. The Fire Services for the collections.
The Fire Service Emergency Fund.
It's for collection.
That's the 911. That's the cell phone.
No, the one that says just emergency funds, emergency service fund, that's the cell phone.
Okay. The emergency services special fund.
Right.
Cell phone.
Right.
Okay. Your projection, how much, what's the actuals that we have collected a fund thus far?
We have collected. We have collected for the up to as of June 9, 284,000.
As of June 9, 284,000. Why are they projecting $270,000?
The projection has gone up. Yeah. It's gone up to 426,000.
So your new projection is 426,000.
Yes, sir.
The colleagues, you need to capture that. Now that fund was split between FITEMA,
Health and
Fire Service, and Health. And it was split between Health because Health had what?
EMS.
EMS. So what is the additional? Are you getting the monies that were going to Health? Are you getting it into this fund now since EMS fall under you? Yeah, the 426,000 is just fire. That's not EMS.
Yes, sir.
What is the projection for EMS, Mr. Judge?
The projection that we saw was, I think it was 270, 275, something like that. I'm not properly sure, but I think it's 275 I saw. I can get that to you after the meeting, sir.
So realize we're up to $700,000 in that particular fund.
Yes.
We need to get the right amount for that fund. If you're merging EMS with fire, the 911, not 911, the cell phone surcharge, which was increased, I think, from $1 to $3 or $1 to $2.
$2.
And those monies are supposed to go towards fire service, FITEMA, and ambulance service. So that number will change drastically and be reduced under Department of Health. So if you can submit to this body the projection for that particular fund, Mr. Judge. Now let's go to the next one, the Fire Service Emergency Fund. What are the actuals now?
Ms. Hewlett?
As of June 9th, the actuals were at 342,337.
Okay, and projected for the end of the year?
726,361.
And you think you'll get that much? You think you're going to get that much if you're at 320
because
something?
It's averaging like 60,000 a month.
So then July, August, September, that's only 180,000 more. So you'll probably collect like 500,000 this year. The actuals you're giving me is up to June 9th, right?
Yes.
And you said it's
And
how
I think
much?
that covers me.
It covers me.
It stays up to me.
So June, July, so 4 months
Four
at
months.
60,000, 240,000. How much you have now in it? What was the actual?
What we have right now in that fund, what we collected was 342,336.
Okay, so that amount isn't too much off. They projected 557, and this year you're going to collect like 580. And what's the source of that fund?
That's all the collections that we do in the office, whether it's from permits or any inspections that we do or any fees and like that.
Okay, and what were the actuals for 2021?
In which fund? Same fund?
Yeah.
2020. Actuals for 2021. 642.
Why have we seen a decrease?
In 20.
We're going to collect like 5.
We collected 642 in 640 in 2021.
Right, and this year we're going to collect about 580. Now, are we having the same frequency of inspections and everything else?
We have less inspectors right now.
You want to put something on the record? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. It goes to the ebb and flow of businesses. We've lost businesses due to the pandemic. So based on that, our numbers have gone down somewhat. But I do believe that with what's happening now, as far as a lot of businesses coming back to the territory, I think those numbers will exceed that 600 and something thousand.
Okay, so that's the next area that need to be adjusted. Let me go ahead to Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, as I always do, commend all of the hardworking people, the fire services, my committee. We took some time out to do a tour of the facilities on all 3 islands. You are doing a fantastic job. And continue to do the work and raise the bar. You have the capacity to do it. We are strong people here in the Virgin Islands to have withstand 2 Category 5 hurricanes and to have endured this pandemic. And so continue to do the work that you are called to do and do it well. Now, I want to just dive quickly into your budget. Tell me, Director George, what is your actual expenditures for up to date? What actuals do you have as far as your expenditure? And I'm only focusing on 2 areas primarily, and that is your staffing, your personnel cost, as well as your fringe benefits.
Ms. Hewlett, you can answer that question, please.
And the date as well, Ms. Hewlett. Thank you kindly.
As of May,
May
total
what?
expenditure.
May 31st?
May 2022.
Okay.
The end of May 2022.
Okay.
The expenditure was 15,957,924.
And that's for personnel. And now let's go to our fringe.
No, that's total.
That's the total. Break it down for me between personnel and fringe. Can you break it out? And then I would need your total based on the budget that you were allotted, which was appropriated to you in the last fiscal year 2021. The actuals, total actuals, and then just the breakout for the fringe as well as personnel services.
I'll have to calculate it and get it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And you could just, if you need some additional time, I'm not going to cause you any further anxiety, but you could always send it to the chair so we could at least have some actuals to do a comparison and see about your spending rate. Now, I wanted to also ask a question relative to you, Director George, regarding your trainings. I noted in your testimony you remarked about enhanced trainings, and you gave a little spiel about your training. Have you allocated monies for training for this fiscal year, and what amount?
Well, we're using the funding that we have from VITEMA for the EMR and EMT training. That's the amount we have is.
Where is that located in your budget?
That's in a grant section in our presentation index.
D?
Yeah. Yes.
D as in dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So
and
we're gonna
this
be-
is from VITEMA, and it says you have about 79,521,069. Okay, now let's talk about, since you turned to grants, tell me what was the status of these other grants. I know one of my colleagues asked about grants being in jeopardy. We know you don't want to be out in any fires here with your grants. You want to expend them all. You have a USDA grant that will be expiring this year. You haven't expended any of that amount of money. This is a USDA Forest Service grant. What are you projecting to expend that money on?
That money is going to be expended by August. We have quotes out there. 80 Stevens, can you jump in and answer that question, please?
Can you repeat the question again, Senator?
Yes, I'm inquiring about what items are going to be used to absorb the cost for this USDA Forest Service grant. Your director indicated all of that money is going to be expended by August. And so I just wanted to know exactly what those monies were going towards purchasing.
Yes, Senator. Thank you. So those monies are going to purchase wildland equipment such as chainsaws, shovels, gears that we use when we have brush fires. Mainly, I'm sure you've seen us out on the South Shore, stuff like that, and some additional equipment to support wildland fires when that season comes.
And none of that funding is going to go towards training your personnel in firefighting techniques or even getting certifications?
Not in this 70,000 men. Oh.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, was my time called?
No, not yet.
Okay, good. Okay, then I just want to be able to monitor that. Then I want to also jump in and ask about the other grant, even though that has until 2023, September 30th, 2023. I noted that that hasn't been expended either. You got the grant last year, June, but no monies have been spent on that. And this is also for the same wildlife firefighting supplies. Because you know you're not supposed to supplant. If you're going to purchase some equipment under one grant, you can't go back and tell them you're purchasing those same equipment under the other grant.
Totally understand, ma'am. And
okay, so what is the plans for this one?
With that particular grant, ma'am, what we'll be doing is that part of that grant will be used for training.
Okay, this one is set up for the trainings.
Wildland firefighting training, yes.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, because it says
Time.
here, Mr. Chairman, may I? It says here, wildfire fighting supplies for that last grant. So it's supposed to be training instead?
We're going to use some of it for training and some for some smaller equipment. Because
smaller?
every year, keep in mind that every year that we have wildfire, we lose a lot of hose. We lose nozzles because you're up in the brush, the hoses get burned. So those things, that's why we've been so successful when we do our reports. The forestry recognize that we do a comprehensive overview of all the equipment that we use or lose at these fires.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I did hear that my time was, thank you so much, Director George and Assistant Director Stevens. Mr. Chairman, I did hear that my time was called, but I have one burning question to ask. And if you allow me to do so and just wrap up with that question. And they're here to they're very ready and prepared to out this burning question, sir. Okay, the question is, I wanted to understand your succession. You're saying your succession plan, because you have a lot of, yes?
Did you ask to continue your line of questioning?
Yes, that's what I was asking. I didn't hear you. It's coming in choppy on our side.
You're in for a while, so I didn't realize you didn't ask a question yet. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So I wanted to ask, what is your succession plan? Because I know based on our tour and having conversations that there are a lot of firefighters who are eligible to retire. How many do you have, and what is your eligible to retire, and what is your succession plan? Thank you so much.
Territorially, we have 61 firefighters now that can retire. 61 that can retire. The whole management staff is up in the 20 years. They can retire also. But we have a good plan. That's why we created our strategic hiring plan. We knew when we came in 2019, we would have lose a lot of firefighters over the years. But thank God, knock on wood, because of our good management style, a lot of them stayed with us and have been here working with us still. We know we're going to lose a couple this year due to the, other reasons, but I say thank you to all of the guys that stayed on and worked with us and gave us the opportunity to build out the organization with these new personnel that we've been bringing in and helping us to train these new personnel. So our plan has been going very good so far, and we plan to continue it once, we get the funding and the personnel coming in. We have a class of 22 right now in training, and we plan to do another 10 and then start in St. Croix again.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the firefighters who have over 20 years and continue to work with the division. We applaud you, and we want you to work some more years. So continue. Thank you. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Good afternoon. What's your actuals to date from your 2022 budget?
Ms. Hewlett?
Actuals to date is 15,957,924.
So your appropriation was really 28.2 million, correct?
Yes.
And you only spent 15 point what?
Of that 28, 331 went for utilities.
No, go back, sorry. No, just give me your aggregate. So of your 28.2 million, you've only spent
15,957, 924.
Okay, do you think that you have to, you did say a supplemental appropriation, but you think at the end of the fiscal year, Director George, you'll have to come back for reappropriation? Do you think you can spend, this isn't even 8 million, this is what, 12 million remaining to spend?
Yes, we think we'll be able to spend it.
12 million in 3 months?
In 4 months.
No, June done. July, August, September, 3 months. Today is June, what, 23rd?
Okay. Yeah,
that's 3 months. Ms. Hewlett.
Excuse me. This is at the end as of the end of May, and remember, most of our budget is salaries. For 97% of our budget is salaries.
I understand still, but I don't think that your salaries for the next 3 months can total 12 million. So do you think you'll have to come back to reappropriate your funds?
Well, I just got a clarification. I don't think so.
Okay. Because so often, as we see in the budget cycle, you guys come every fiscal year that I've been in the Senate, you ask for a bread and cheese sandwich, and you eat half of the sandwich, and then you turn back in the other half of the sandwich with the ends. And then you fuss that you're not given the appropriate amount of money, but you guys continue to return funds year in, year out. So I'm just asking if you're on track to meet your allotment, your appropriation.
I think so, Senator, and I believe that the team will say we'll be on track to spend this money.
Okay, let's talk about your fees. Based on the discussion by the chair, because that was my line of questioning, you know me and you on this fee discussion, you seem to have a reduction on your fees side, a decrease, based on the numbers given by Ms. Hewlett a few minutes ago. Ms. Hewlett?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a decrease in fees collected?
The fees collected, we only collect fees if there are late payments or...
Okay, yeah, let's do revenues. Is there a decrease there?
The revenues, the collections from our office, the revenues collection?
Yes. While you decipher that briefly, let's go to the boat. We allocated $1 million for the boat. And you, in your testimony, you do talk about this boat. Tell me about the, you indicated that you're trying to get the various entities to work together to come up with the scope, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so what's your timeline?
We just sent the package to property and procurement.
Okay, so what is that package?
The
Does that
package-
package exceed the 1 million?
No,
or-
no, Senator. No, not
so,
at all.
So tell me, what is the total amount?
It's about 896,000. I can send it to you. 869,000.
69 or 96?
I think it's 96,000. Let me send that to you before I misspeak and you hold me to the cross.
You're learning. So, so roughly the vote is about 900,000.
Yeah.
So you'll have an additional 100,000
About that,
basically.
yes.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And tell
So
me, your,
it's-
so when I went to property and procurement, what's the timeline they give you for that?
We should get it back very soon after they look at it. I'll say the
tell me
next
what's
week or so.
soon.
Next
Okay.
week or so.
Next week, okay. What's the starting salary for a firefighter?
33,000
Okay.
as a recruit, and after 1 year they make 38.
Okay, so do you have a class of 2019 still on probation?
Yeah, I have about 5 left, yes.
How many were in the class?
17.
5 left on probation? Okay, Miss
Wait, 21, sorry.
Huh?
Was 21 in the class.
And 5 left on probation.
Yeah, 5 or 6, yes.
Now let's go to HR. This NOPA, we clear up the NOPA situation. We had issues with the NOPA. The NOPA said you wanted them to be AMR. The NOPA didn't say that. Tell me, did we clarify that? Because operations impact budget. That's you, right? That's you, Ms. Barbara?
Yes. The NOPA situation, what happened when in the past,
Because NOPA is money. Personal action, right? So go ahead, Ms. Go ahead.
the title in the NOPAs reflected that of a firefighter. However, because prior in 2013, the titles changed through Department of Personnel from firefighter to firefighter EMT. However, it was not changed in the system. So when we process NOPAs, the NOPAs continued to print as firefighter.
So did we
but-
fix that?
Yes, they were fixed.
So the new class coming in will have the appropriate title and the NOPA.
They have the appropriate titles, sorry.
Okay, now let's go to the trucks. You indicated that you had last budget season, Director Georgie told me you had 9 trucks on St. Thomas, 5 St. John, 12 St. Croix, right? And then you said you needed 2 on St. John to be replaced and about 3 to 4 on St. Thomas to be replaced. In your testimony, your fleet, you talk about mostly the ambulances, really and truly, and you kind of highlight some of your fire fleet. So is this still the same? You still need the same amount of replacement of trucks, or talk to me?
The body gave me 1.5 million to purchase trucks. In the testimony, I did share that we have 2 trucks on island right now. One is St. Croix and one is St. Thomas, 2 pumpers that have landed already. There are 3 trucks being built right now at the factory. Because of supply and demand, those trucks was held up
So
because
those
of the
3,
chassis.
where are they to? The St. Thomas or St. John?
One is going to St. John, one is going to St. Croix, and one is going to St. Thomas.
Okay, so of that 1.5 million, how much have you expended?
About 1.46.
1.46.
About
okay.
that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, lastly, austerity measures. No budget, no director, and I really hope the cabinet is listening to me. Nobody has come down here with any austerity measures given the recent decision by the Federal Reserve Bank and the inflation crisis across the nation, coupled by the increase in gas prices with the Ukrainian and Russian war. You have a lot of vehicles that are not emergency response vehicles up and down this island. So do you have an austerity plan? Do you have an austerity measure plan in this budget?
I'm trying to understand what you mean. They're not
Cost of
emergency
gas.
vehicles.
No.
Every vehicle that
no.
is on the road is an emergency response vehicle.
And that's fine, but there are a lot of vehicles that are used for personal use as well. So I'm asking you, in a very sincere fashion, government funds, do you have any austerity measures in place for the fire department?
So, Senator, I'm glad you asked me that question. So one of the things that this team came up with is with our fire trucks going to fuel. One of the things that we did, we purchased fuel trucks with fuel tankers in the back. So the trucks that are traveling from Alboro to come to Gotliff to fill up, all of that has ceased. And we have seen a decrease in our fuel because of that. Now, if you're talking about our other vehicles, such as my vehicle and the chief vehicles, they are on call 24 hours a day. Our prevention unit is on call. There's 2 vehicles that
Hold
is
a second. So what was your savings from the recent change with the fuel tank?
I could give you that. We didn't bring that with us. I could give you that.
Senator, we'll go to a second round.
Okay.
Because your time had.
Oh, sorry.
I'll give you some extra minutes. That's okay. Director, the class of 22, when is the class going to be over, completed?
The class of 22 that is in right now, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's going to be done in September, Senator.
Okay, so they are in the 23 budget, this budget, Ms. Hewlett, they already accounted for?
This class, yes, Senator.
Okay, so they already accounted as filled position in the 23 budget?
Yes, they are.
Okay, good.
So, Senator Vele, can I make a clarification of the discussion we had earlier with the folks that is on the SAFER grant?
Yes.
So I got some information that class is is going to be an 85-15 share. They are in the 23 budget.
Okay, the grant date says that the grant expires March 31st.
Yes, but the grant is in phases.
So you're saying after March 31st, it's going to go to 85-15 share?
Yes, Senator. Because the grant is in phases. It goes from, I think it's 25-75, then 35-65. So, isn't that 85-15 would be right now for the next 6 months? Is that going to be federal funds, Ms. Hewlett? The SAFER grant, when the SAFER grant expires?
SAFER grant expires in March of 2020.
So are you going to have a next grant that pays 85%? So
yes,
we have to pay 100%, correct?
Yes, yes.
The Director, after March 31st, it then becomes our responsibility. You originally had $2 million, you expended 1.1, and you probably expended more now because...
Yes, it's a little over 600 now.
So there's less than 600,000.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and that is going to cover from now until March?
Until March.
Okay, so we have to find that. Going back to the vacancies, Ms. HR, number of vacancies in the budget, number of new positions.
We have 21 new positions listed in the budget. Those 21 for the suppression unit, we have 1 administrative staff, that's the public relations officer, and 8 vacancies.
Okay, and how many? 8 vacant. I saw 13 in the post-audit report. I saw 21 new positions and 13. I wonder if I counted the EMS. 13 vacancies.
I think you did count the EMS person as a senator. The 6 from EMS. I think you count that into the batch.
Okay, so you have 1 mechanic that is vacant. And that salary is, that's half the year. So that salary full-time is 25,000? 50,000?
50,000.
Okay, so the plan is to use some of those new positions for those positions that are under the SAFER grant? But that is new position that you need 500,000 more.
The plan is to use some of those positions to fill the EMS side between both districts in Thomas St. John and St. Croix, and start a new firefighter EMT class.
Okay. I am looking at with your expenditures now at $15,957,024. That represents 8 months. So there's 4 months left. If you divide that in 2 and add it on to that 15, you're coming up to like 23,935,536. if you factor in new individuals hired, I'm estimating that you're going to spend like $25 million this year, but you'll still have a balance of $3 million. You have some flexibility in the budget and the personnel that you could utilize. So if it's funded at the $30 million, you have flexibility there that you can bring on a number of individuals, or if there is an increase as a result of the collective bargaining, we do have some flexibility.
And that's what we was going to use, Senator, when we first said about the 10 positions, the 4 EMTs, the 6 EMTs and St. Thomas, the 4 paramedics and St. Thomas, and 6 and St. Croix. That's what we were looking at, those funding to utilize for those hirees. Because as you said, there's only 5 vacancies on the EMS side in this budget that is going to transfer over to us. So that was the strategy that we are using. So thank you for that information.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to give you some additional time. I'll give you an additional 3 minutes. Let's go to a second round. Senator Blyden. Oh, Senator James. You're over there so quiet. I forgot you there. Senator James, you recognize.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, testifiers, for being here today. Before we get into the budget, I just want to recognize my summer intern, Sean Skeppel, who is right here soaking in everything. Johnny Hansen, Talicia Soto, those 3 individuals are working with the Office of Senator Javon James for the summer. As far as the federal grants, who's in charge of overseeing those federal grants?
Chairman Akers-Hewlett.
That's you? Awesome. So I see here, and it's not to say that there's any need to get jumpy, but I see some of those, or most of those grants are expiring in the year 2023, so we have some time. But I see 1, 2, 3 of them, 4 of them are untouched. Can you just give us some expectations or projections as far as when you plan to utilize some of those funding this year? Any intentions, or we wait until next year?
What are you looking at?
Well, I'm watching the post-audit analysis or report, and it shows for the USDA Forest Service, there are 2 grants, and both of them showing 70,000 available, 60,000 available, and then there's a next one showing one for DOI with $122,000 available, untouched. And the next one with no, that's 3. As far as those that are untouched.
So good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens again. So the one for 70,000, we've already started the spending process for that, sending out quotes, asking for quotes from vendors. We've selected the items that we will purchase, and so we're just waiting for those vendors to send those quotes back. After they send them back, then we'll proceed with the procurement process. But that 70,000 that expires in September, we've already started that process to spend it, so it won't be there. And then the follow-up grants, we take it step by step. So once this one comes back, then we'll be moving on to the next one.
And when it comes to the post-audit report, it's kind of vague here. It is missing some information as far as the grant title, but I think it's a CIP grant, and it shows type DOI. What are the specifics when it comes to the utilization of that fund, the $122,000? What are we using that for?
That's the purchase cascade systems.
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Healy.
And just for the sake of the reporter, just want to give a little time there so they can know exactly which one is talking.
Chairman Akers-Hewlett, that grant has already been expended. The 122 has already been spent.
So my question to you, this report that we're watching from post-audit, when was that sent down?
These were sent down in March or April.
Okay. So through the chair, I'd like you to just send an update as far as what has transpired from since March till now, so we can see accurate readings or numbers, so we can pay attention to what's going on. But I must say thank you for keeping on top of
Senator,
those dollars.
the numbers should be in the back of the director's testimony.
Okay, no problem. I will look at it. And then I see here that we are purchasing a lot of vehicles, boats, and other equipment for the fire department, which are well needed. But at the end of the day, I know you in the testimony or what have you, or the post-audit report, it made mention that those, maintenance is done in-house. As far as moving forward and increasing the fleet, do you have a plan in place to make sure that we can maintain and sustain as far as appropriations for replacement of parts and whatever the case may be? Because it is increasing significantly. So are we addressing that in the FY 2023 budget as far as considering maintaining those fleet and vehicles?
All repair and maintenance and vehicle supplies and vehicle repairs comes out of our emergency funds.
Okay, so you have sufficient funds?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, just want to make sure that we can sustain and maintain what we have in place. And I must say,
2 minutes.
Usually I don't gas up anybody when they come down here because that's not our job to be friendly. Our job is to do our job. But I must say that the fire department is doing a hell of a job when it comes to getting things done. And I want to echo the sentiment of the chairman when it comes to everyone who has been in place as far as for the past more than 20 years. Thank you for your service. But as far as the training, I know that the director mentioned that there are ongoing training. But as far as recruiting and retention moving forward, is there a strategy in place to make sure that for the next 20 years that we are good and making sure that we maintain the morale within the fire service?
Yes,
Director?
Senator. If you could remember when we came in 2019, you had laughed at me when I made a statement about my strategic hiring plan, and I said we're going to start on St. Croix, back to St. Thomas, back to St. Croix. And you see, you can get that done. I think it's been working very, very good because we could keep the balance of individuals that are going home and the people that are staying. We see the numbers fluctuating on the islands. So I think the plan that we have put in place so far has worked. And I think the plan that we're going to implement with the integration with fire and EMS is going to also be spectacular at the end of the day.
Because it's going to be critical moving forward with the fire EMS merger.
My team will call me, get it done.
1 second. For those who have been there for more than 20 plus years, they kind of get lucky.
Yes.
Those individuals coming after you, they have a serious task. And we want to make sure that we don't lose those individuals because we have been waiting so long for this fire merger. And we want to make sure that we maintain the workforce within the fire department. So please make sure that you keep the morale in there intact. And I see that there are 2 vacant positions for 2 fire lieutenants. What are we doing to address that and how long those positions have been vacant?
Those vacancies going to be filled any day now. We're in the process of sending on the PRFs. They were sent already. Ms. Brown, that's your job. Go ahead.
Senator, we're in the process of promoting the individuals in the respective ranks. The request for funding was already sent to OMB, and we're waiting the approval, and then we will be processing the NOPAs for the promotions.
Time.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I know that with the passage of the fire EMS merger, the suppression unit is going to get hazardous pay. I'm not saying that I'm lobbying for the prevention unit, but are we having those discussions moving forward? Is it being taken into consideration the prevention unit? And if not, just give us a reason why we will not be doing so. Anyone?
No, we are looking into it. Again, it was legislation passed by this body. I'm going to speak to Senator Gittins about that and see what happens after that. But at this time, again, it was something done. They were left off. And again, we're going to try to make a wrong right.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to abuse my time, so Mr. Chair, I'm ready for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. I can't let that last statement get by. We're going to try to make a wrong right. The original legislation was sent down by Government House. It wasn't originated from this body. Senator Francis just worked hard to make sure that the legislation passed after it repeatedly failed. And he had countless meetings with all the stakeholders, Department of Health and Fire Service, and gave opportunities for change to language, amendment, etc. So this body isn't a part of that wrong being right. That was what was sent down, and this body were able to create a bill that finally was able to pass muster and go on to be signed by the governor of the Virgin Islands. So you at the table, Mr. Judge. If you wanted something, you make the recommendation, and if the Senate agree, they would insert it. If they don't agree, then you could say we are at fault, but this body wasn't at fault. Now, this lieutenant promotion, those individuals are being promoted based on testing?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so the two individuals took the test and passed the test.
Yes, Senator.
And all your promotions are based on testing?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. That's a good thing. So continue to do that. The class that you spoke about, that's on St. Croix or St. Thomas?
Which one of the class, Senator?
Both of them. Give me, you have two classes? You have an EMS and a fire class?
We just have a fire class going on at this time, Senator.
Okay,
It's in the St. Thomas
Island?
district. Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much. And the Gittins, you ready?
I guess so.
You may proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Again, it's a special day on St. Croix. I was happy to attend the opening of the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier here on St. Croix, so excuse my tardiness this afternoon. And that's why I have on a jacket. I don't usually wear jackets in the regular hearing, but so I wasn't able to follow the testimony. I just have a few questions. One of the first things that come to mind, Director, have you submitted all the names of your firefighters and employees within the fire service to OMB for your men and women to receive the premium pay?
Yes, Senator.
And are you aware when this premium pay should come, or the amount that each should be looking forward to?
No, Senator.
Do you have a budget directly for maintenance of your vehicles?
A direct budget? No, Senator. We utilize the emergency fund, the emergency fund.
But outside of what you utilize, have you budgeted for maintenance of these vehicles?
No, Senator.
And I ask this because I repeatedly have to call out of caution. I don't want any other firefighter to get injured. I don't want any firefighter to injure anyone else or to have to hold their heads if there is an accident with one of these vehicles. We need to ensure that inspections are being done, that once these fire trucks and soon to be ambulances hit the road, that your siren is loud enough, that your lights are bright enough and not with the shade of the lights broken and only one side flashing, or no lights flashing, but you're hearing siren and you can't see what's coming. Hence my question for having a maintenance budget for your vehicles, because I can't understand why I would ever see an emergency vehicle on the road without with its emergency devices not working. The fire EMS merger was signed into law in April. And what you had, 60 or 90 days to do this plan?
90 days, this body will be getting a plan from the fire service. July 5th, we'll be sending that package to you guys.
Okay, so we expect it on July 5th?
July
you
5th,
sure
early
coming-
morning, July 6th.
John, coming off of the heels of St. John Festival, we're going to get that on the 5th?
Okay, give me the 6th then.
Okay. I'm going to give you till the 8th, actually. I think if my memory serves me correct, the bill would have probably been signed into law on or about April 8th. So hopefully we'll get it by the 8th of July.
2 minutes.
The EMTs that you currently have on board, are we keeping up with their certification? And when I said if we're keeping up with their certification, I mean that the department is paying for their research and ongoing trainings.
Larry Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. So all of our EMS providers are on a 2-year recertification schedule. Currently, if they need recertification, it's arranged through the EMS Division and Health Department. We're in the process, our training coordinator is in the process of developing a transition to that, so that within the fire service, we'll be able to accommodate all of our EMRs, EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics within the recertification schedule, which will be covered in-house, so they wouldn't have to spend any monies of their own for their recertifications.
Good. They shouldn't be spending a dime. We should be taking care of them. Now, are we poised to take over once or if Pafford has to pull out?
We have a plan for training, so we're going to continue that process. If Pafford was to pull out today, well, that's a different story, but our goal is to continue training our firefighters as EMTs and also hiring EMS providers within the EMS unit. Now, that's an ongoing process, sir.
Yes, that's a long-term plan. We need an immediate plan because we're talking about training EMTs. Ain't no way we're going to train a man to be an EMT in 1 month or 2 months.
So, Senator, Senator, if I could interject.
Hold on a second, I will give you a chance to speak. I'm talking about the immediate plan that if they had to pull out, I believe the state of emergency is about to up and contract is about to end, and there's some funding issues with them being owed. So that's why I'm asking that.
Time.
Director, you had a response?
Yes, Senator. Thank you for that. Earlier, I mentioned that on St. Croix right now, on July 13th, there's a class of EMTs. Some 9 or 10 of them are going to be graduating from the Department of Health Training Facility. Another 9 to 10 is going to be graduating around the same time from the Whitley Skills Center. That's a pool of individuals that we can go to and hire immediately. And they could go through the process of how EMS has its set up, that they have to do the ride-alongs, etc., to get the clinicals in. Lyle, you want to go into more detail?
Yeah, just the orientation process takes about 4 weeks. So once they're finished, then orientation, and then they will be released to work one-on-one as an EMS provider.
All right, thank you. And I'll be counting on you guys to let's stay connected and work together to get the EMS program within our high schools up and going. We thank you all for coming together so we could get that measure passed. It's now for us to see some action in this. So I'm saying once you start to get it together, if there's more funding needed, please don't hesitate. Come to the legislature. Let's do what we need to do in order to produce these professionals so that when they graduate from high school, they not only graduate from high school with a high school diploma, but also with a national certification in their hand with the fire director, the personnel director, whomever at the end of the line saying, listen, if you're not on your way to college, we have a job for you. Thank you so much, and I salute the men and women at the fire service, both civilian and sworn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. In reference to the hazardous duty pay language that was included in the bill for the firefighters, when does that kick in?
The position of us, the Fire Service Administration, is 180 days. Once the whole integration goes into place, there was no funding put in place for this. So it happens, it works out very well that this will happen around the same time that the budget is passed. So we're saying 180 days after the bill has been passed and we put the full integration into place, we will begin paying the hazardous duty pay.
And that's the language that was included there, 180 days after?
There wasn't any language. The language basically said the integration begins on 180. Well, the whole full integration is 180 days, and that's what we decided as management to go with.
Okay. So until, are they performing those duties now, though, or they performing those, or your expectation is that after 180 days they will begin to perform those duties?
Our expectation is after the 180 days we have a full, solid integration, and everything that this legislation calls for should be in place and will be in place by the 180, Senator.
Okay. What I'm trying to find out, if they're doing the duties as to whether or not they're entitled now, or you could wait 180. That's what I'm trying to find out. Are they actually conducting those duties now?
Everybody, yes, Senator.
Okay. And they're good with that?
I can't speak for, I haven't heard any. I know the rumblings have always been about hazardous duty pay. I think that we have presented in our general meeting to them our plan. There was no funding put in place for it. So again, we made a decision as management. The bill says 180 days. Once the 180 comes, they will be paid their hazardous duty pay.
The bill speaks in 180 days as to full implementation, correct?
Yes, Senator.
The full implementation is different to that whole language. You just need to take a look at that. Full implementation means that that's when we expect everything to be transferred over, etc. Now, I don't know how many individuals you already have assigned to duty on the ambulances, but you have to look at that. If they're assigned there, then whether or not there's a immediate qualification of the hazardous duty pay because you're assigning them now, and the bill has already passed. The 180 is the full implementation, payroll, etc. But you need to carefully look at that. Those individuals who have been assigned to ambulance duty and are actually riding the ambulances, etc., they're entitled to hazardous duty pay because that was the reason why you put it in, because you're giving them an additional responsibility. So you can't wait 180 days for those individuals, those firefighters that are not assigned to ambulance duty.
So, Senator, let me just be clear up some stuff right there with that. The individuals that are EMTs right now, under the collective bargaining agreement, they receive a stipend. The bill speaks about two different measures. It speaks about 15% for firefighters that are not EMTs and 20% for firefighters that are EMTs in the bill. That's why management made the decision at this time to implement all the hazardous duty pay at the 180, so we don't have any backlash with the employee saying one set getting paid and one set is not getting paid. If I'm wrong, I'll take the blunt of the punishment for it, but I think it's a team effort. We read the language and we felt that this was the best approach to the two different percentage that was in the language of the bill.
Okay, well, there was a reason for the two different percentage, correct? One is more skilled or more trained. There was a specific reason for the different language?
Well, the language speaks about those that have the EMT certification and those that don't. Now, my position is that right now we are paying those individuals a stipend, and we feel that at this time, to make sure everybody is whole, the language in the bill says 180 days, and we're going with what the language says, 180 days, all fully implemented hazardous duty pay will be paid to the employees.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the bill and read the language. Do all firefighters respond to EMS calls?
Not all firefighters respond. They respond to calls, yes, but not all of them are EMTs.
Okay.
So if
But I was
EMS go on a
asking
call and they need assistance, sorry.
call, correct?
Yes.
Say it again, my apologies.
EMS, 1 minute, Mr. George. A fire call is different to EMS call?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Do you presently have firefighters responding to EMS call?
Yes, Senator.
Do all firefighters respond to EMS call?
If EMS needs assistance, the fire truck rolls and assists EMS.
So you have a log as to who responds to EMS call, which firefighters, etc.
Expound on a log. I don't understand your question. Sorry.
You have written when they're responding to a call, you know whether another call is just strictly fire or EMS, that you can know as to what type of call a person responded to.
Yes, Senator. And our fire reports. Yes, Senator.
EMS call also, correct?
Yes.
A fire call can also become an EMS call, despite the fact it was a fire. You find somebody that is in distress and you have to take care of that individual.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. What is the overall cost of the hazardous duty pay that you think?
From our numbers, Ms. Brown?
$1.5 million. 1,547,689,055.
And that's for a year?
Yes, Senator.
And that would impact how many individuals?
That would include all individuals from the suppression unit from the district, 232 territory-wide.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, let's go to a three-minute round. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot we have, I think Ms. Brown. We have Ms. Brown and we have Ms. Hewlett here. I need to go back to that premium pay question. How many employees are affected or that you've submitted names? And what's the amount to the employees? Sworn versus civilian.
The premium pay, the total amount, we would not have that figure. Another agency would be processing the payment.
Due to the employee.
Pardon me?
How much is due to the employee?
It depends on the category. It depends on the category that the employee fell in, and we don't have that figure. When the information was submitted, we submitted selecting a category per employee.
Okay, so what's the categories that were?
Category, I can't remember. I don't have the. Category A was for the employees who work the entire COVID period, and they could receive up to $2,000. Category B was for the employees who work virtual, but they work during the COVID period. And the category C was for those employees who work at least 3 months, and then category D was for those who did not work at all during the COVID period.
Well, so category D gets 0.
Correct.
Obviously. So, Mr. Chair, can I ask through the chair for the fire service to submit that plan to us, please, the A, B, C, the number of affected employees, et cetera, because we were to receive a plan from the executive branch, and we have not received the plan, so we just need to ensure that at least I'm ensuring that our first responders are taken care of. I am truly disappointed that you're not on the front line to be paid first, because that should have happened. Thank you, Mr. Chair. and I'd like to get that that plan within a week's time, please.
So thank you, Senator Gittins. Ms. Brown, I'm trying to recollect, wasn't there some language about employees making more than 50,000 get a certain amount, less than 50? More than 50 was like 1250 or something? Was there, I'm trying to see if I can find my notes.
Yes,
Are you aware of that?
There was some language.
Making less than 50,000 get 2,000. Those making more than 50,000 and between 70 get a different amount?
No, the language that I can remember stated if the employee making more than, if the salary was more than $70,000, they were not entitled.
Correct, but there was a next scale. I will find it. So how does that apply to a fireman that makes $65,000 but had more than $5,000 in overtime? Are they eligible or not?
In discussions with OMB, we recognize that we have a lot of employees that would fall into that category, and the request was already sent to Treasury to alter the guidelines.
Okay, so that's where I was coming to, because so is OMB using the base pay or OMB using the pay at the end of the year? Wasn't it the base pay they're supposed to use? You factored in those individuals that were omitted as a result of night differential and overtime?
I don't have that answer, Senator.
Well, the answer would be based on who you submitted. So you could just look at who made $75,000 at the end of the year, but the base pay was less than $70,000. Was that person submitted?
We did not submit salaries. What was sent to us was a spreadsheet with the employee name and the dates, the period if the employee actually worked, whether virtual or in person.
So
the actual salaries were not submitted.
So this, I'll come on, Senator Gittins. The spreadsheet was sent to you by who?
OMB.
So OMB sent you who was eligible for the premium pay?
No. OMB submitted a name to the department with all the employees listed, all current employees. There was a column with the different categories, and we selected which category the employee would fall in.
Okay, and they also sent you employees making more than $70,000 are not eligible, correct?
Repeat your question?
Did they also tell you or give you instruction that employees who make over $70,000 are not eligible?
Those were not included in the instructions. The instructions, you just selected the employee, which category they fall in, whether they work during the COVID period.
Okay, so you did not look at salary at all?
No, no salary was included, no. It was a list of all currently employed employees.
Okay. All employees who work during that.
No, again, the list from OMB included all currently employed.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking that, if somebody retired 2 months ago, they're eligible for the pay because they worked during that time period.
Correct.
Were
The
they
time
included?
period was from March 2020 to March 2021.
So were all employees who worked between March 2020 and March 2021, whether retired, resigned, were they included on the list?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go back quickly to Ms. Hewitt. And on page 10 of 22, again, it states to no cost amount were reported for maintenance and gas for the 22 budget. But of course, we know that the trucks are done in-house. So let's go to the, and my colleague asked you what category the gas comes out of, and I believe you said the emergency fund. Am I correct?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't
The
understand.
gasoline for the vehicle that fire, which fund does it come out of? The emergency fund?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now let's go to the emergency fund on page 4 of 22. Under the emergency fund, you have supplies, other categories, and charges, and capital outlays. Which category are those funds derived from?
Which category the gas
For
comes out of?
Yes.
Well, on this broad category, it will be under services, other services and charges.
Okay, year to date for fiscal year 22, what amount have been expended thus far for gas under that category? Year to date.
I can get that for you in a few minutes.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking, because for fiscal year 23, it's recommended for 166,000 from 327,000. That's a large disparity, and as a matter of fact, we know gas and everything has gone up. So I was wondering on why such a large decrease in that category for gas, but we know the situation that's going on at this moment, and why such a large disparity when it comes to gas. That's all I need to know. And Mr. Chair, that's it for me. Thank you so much. While she finds that information, I'll wait to hear her response. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, we have one medical director?
Yes, for the fire service,
For the
fire
terri-
emergency medical services.
For the territory?
No, they'll have the Department of Health has their own medical director, but the fire service, fire and EMS, we have one.
One alone.
Dr. Elliott.
Okay. The St. John modular that was replaced has a new one gone in the same place?
Yes, it's in the back of the handout that we gave.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
it's
no,
in,
sorry. I just
it's in
want
the
to make
same
sure it was
place.
that.
Yes,
Okay.
we demolished the other one and put a one in place.
And do we pay rent for that?
No.
No rent. Okay, good. The junior firefighter building down in Bournefield.
There's no more junior firefighter
That's
building.
gone.
No.
Okay, good.
We're looking at home. If you have one, let us know.
Okay, good. Legal counsel. What would be the function of your legal counsel? Oh, yeah, not your attorney, Kati. What would be the function of having a legal counsel added to your department?
To advise us with this integration on the medical side, you will need a legal counsel to advise myself, Dr. Elliott, and the chiefs at EMS and Lyle on any legal matters dealing with patient care, HIPAA, and these different things that may come up.
Okay, and with the advent of the EMS personnel, the merger, do you have set numbers that should be at each on each shift at each station?
At this time, no. Lyle?
In reference to you, this is Lyle Evelyn. You asked about how many EMS providers per station.
Right.
So for each station, for the main stations, we're going to have 2 EMS providers. And then for the outlying stations, like in Bordeaux, Cotton Valley, we're going to have 2 EMR providers. These are dual-trained firefighter EMRs.
Right. So if you don't have the 2, what does it do to the station?
Well, all of our firefighters eventually will be trained to the EMR level.
Okay.
So whenever there's a situation, they can respond and provide, first-tier service until an ambulance arrives.
So would the Pafford ambulance, are they still in existence? Would they be considered a part of maybe a shift? Or the Pafford ambulances are not operational anymore?
Yeah, Pafford ambulances are operational in Frederiksted, correct, and also in St. Thomas as well.
Right. So would you consider them a part of your shift if you don't have that personnel at the fire station?
Yes, Pafford will be part of the shift as well. Yes.
Okay. In terms of numbers or just having them provided?
Both, in terms of numbers and having them being provided right now.
Okay. And finally, the promotions that were given to the individuals before, have they been paid and brought up to speed in terms of any retro monies owed to them and anything?
There's no one owed any retroactive in the fire service.
Okay, good. And most of all, thank you and your team civilian and first responders for all you do. You know, vital asset to the territory. So thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
I thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So at the 180 days, if Pafford is still here, they're going to be assigned to you, Mr. George, under your supervision, or still under Department of Health?
Operationally, Larry Leveland, operationally speaking, Pafford will be assigned to the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services from an operations standpoint.
Okay. Are we making plans for pharmaceuticals? What's going to be the cost of providing a facility for pharmaceuticals for EMS?
Dr. Ellett?
It's Dr. Ellett, Dr. Robin Ellett. We have a space, the EMS office in the Roy Schneider Hospital emergency department. We have a locker and a safe, and the room is locked itself, so it meets DEA regulations. We're taking pictures of it hopefully next week, and that will complete our application to the DEA. Each of the ambulances will have storage spaces as well. So it's a part of the standard operating procedures for controlled substances.
St. Croix?
St. Croix. We're gonna right now the medications will be stored in the EMS chief's office, which is in the fire department, the fire station, which will have 24-hour security and will also meet the regulations.
On St. Croix? That's what you're speaking to?
Yes, the administrative offices.
Well, where's the EMS chief office?
Orange Grove, our Orange Grove office in Orange Grove. Our administrative office at Orange Grove.
So, Evelyn, where are they stored now? Are they stored at the Charles Harwood site?
Say that again, Senator. Sorry.
Pharmaceuticals presently stored at the Charles Harwood site.
Currently, we haven't been using pharmaceuticals. This will be a new part of the EMS, the fire EMS. Beg your pardon?
EMS is being transferred to fire service. I'm talking about presently.
Presently, they're not using controlled substances. The Pafford has supplied some controlled substances. The hospitals have supplied to EMS up to this date. But the fire EMS hasn't had any controlled substances to this date. Haven't used them. We're going to be adding a whole new set of medications onto our.
After 180 days, everything is going to be transferred over to fire service. There were some elements that were not completed, and we're trying to find out as to when that transition is going to take place. Mm-hmm. One was billing for the ambulance service, and we have learned that is going to remain under Department of Health.
Say the last part again, Senator. We get again a little trouble hearing you with certain words you're saying. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Billing, the billing for ambulance services. Is that going to remain under Department of Health?
Yes, we're going into a contract with Department of Health to continue the billing for the first several months or to a year.
Okay. Back to the medication, pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals must be stored in a safe area. It got to be approved by CMS, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if it's cold and also cold storage plus storage at a certain room temperature. Do you have facility to meet those specifications as required by CMS?
Yes, we do. We don't require any cold storage for any of the medications we will be using, and it requires that it's behind 2 locks, and we currently are going to have them behind 3 with cameras.
Okay. What I was trying to get Mr. George, you moving from the Charles Howard side?
If we're moving from the Charles Howard site, that's what you just asked?
Yes.
The staff will be moving to Richmond. I think we have to vacate that facility after a certain period of time, so they will be transferred to the Richmond station, and the other staff members will be transferred to the Orange Grove offices.
Are they moving the trailers?
If we're moving the trailers?
Yes.
No, we're not moving the trailers. I think that, I don't know what the plan is with the trailers. I think they're going to be demolished or something like that. I can't speak to that at this time. I can send you a letter about that after this meeting and get some more detail.
Okay. The Charles Howard is going to be demolished. I know that's slated for to be demolished, but the trailers, they're relatively new. They came there by 2018. I don't know the condition, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Senator. So yes, the trailers themselves are in poor conditions right now. A number of them have been closed down, shut down due to mold. And so as we speak, EMS at Department of Health is trying to relocate to another location, but without the EMTs. So the EMTs will be moving to the Richmond Fire Station. We'll be moving two sets of EMTs per day, per shift.
Okay.
And then we'll still be running the ambulance out of Frederickson as well. So we have 3 ambulances in the St. Croix district. Two in Christiansted and 1 in Frederickson to support operations.
Okay. That's how we have 3 ambulances?
That would be operational for that period, yes, sir.
Owned by the GVI?
Owned by GVI. Well, the one in Frederickson will be a PAFAD ran, but operated like Assistant Director Lyle Evelyn said, operational control files under VI.
How many PAFAD ambulances we have on island that are operational?
Lyle?
The total number of ambulances that we have in the territory, including quick response vehicles, include about 28. 28 emergency vehicles between both districts.
Operational?
Operational, yes. 28.
Okay, but only 3 online right now in St. Croix?
Only 3 will be operating at one time.
At one time?
Yes,
we have others that
we have others,
operate.
right. We have more than that. It's just
on both islands?
And both islands, yes, sir.
Okay. Senator Ariel.
Thank you. I just need to get some clarity in regards to overtime. Let's talk a little bit about that. How much did you spend in overtime in 2021?
Ms. Hewlett?
Okay, while you look at that, I want to know also, thus far to this date, how much have we spent for FY 22?
2022 so far, we have spent 1.2 million, 1.281 million.
1.2. And that's to what date? March, May?
That's the May 2022.
May.
And for 2021, 1.5.
1.5. So this is May 2022, 1.2. What are you anticipating then for the remaining of this year, FY 22? You're going to surpass FY 21?
Director or somebody?
I believe we will, Senator Carrion. Go ahead, Stevens.
Yes, Senator, we will surpass that because right now, as it stands in our overtime budget, we only have something like $40-something thousand left. So we will surpass that, and not because of operations per se, but because of training and etc. Trying to make sure that we still have a ready force with all the transition that's going on.
So what are you anticipating then? What, 1.7? What does that number looks like based on your calculations?
Closer to 1.8.
1.8?
Closer to 1.
Okay. Now you have some new positions that are coming on board. with the new employees, I guess it should result less overtime because the more employees you have, the less time you'll be expending. But that also adds on to salary. What is the plan, Director, to curtail the overtime expense?
1 minute.
So, Senator, we will try our best, but it will never curtail due to the fact as an emergency services agency, once we train individuals, we must pay them to come out to train. We have other specialized events that we do that we have to bring out individuals. When we have large fires, we have to bring out additional personnel. There's a lot of other factors behind the overtime, not just covering the shifts. There's other amenities to the overtime that one of the big ones I want to share with you with this budget this year that we have this large amount is due to the fact that we was helping with the COVID task force. Our staff was out there on the law enforcement side and on the fire prevention side was out there doing inspections several nights. So there was a lot of reasoning behind the large amount of overtime this year, which we figured we'd keep under control. But again, due to COVID, we had those mandates that we had to follow.
So, Director, is that then those funds provided through the COVID fund? Because if it's overtime and it's COVID related, part of the task force, shouldn't that be covered then through additional funding?
Time.
I can't really speak to that aspect of it. I know that we spent the monies on overtime. I don't know if we're going to get reimbursed. I can't speak to that part of it. I know we had a mandate of putting personnel out there to do these special initiatives.
Do we, if I may, Mr. Chair, then, so do we have the figure of what is overtime, what overtime is related to COVID work?
We could get that figure. That's for us to just run the numbers and get a number.
Okay, through the chair, if you could provide that information, because then that money shouldn't be coming from your regular general fund, but through COVID-related fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, Ms. Hewlett, you're looking for the numbers, right? The overtime numbers?
I did say the overtime numbers.
I'm sorry, I didn't capture it. Say it again, please.
Okay, for year to date, it's 1.281, and last fiscal year it's 1.59. So.
Okay, how is it broken down? The 1.281.
This fiscal year?
Uh-huh.
By district, you mean? Or?
By district.
For prevention, 59,457. For St. Thomas, 789,837. For St. Croix, 432,519.
St. Thomas again,
789,837.
St. Croix?
432,519.
Mr. George, which island has more firefighters?
The St. Thomas St. John district.
What's the number of stations on St. Thomas St. John?
6.
Number of stations in St. Croix?
4.
What attributed to $350,000 more in overtime on the St. Thomas district?
You have a shortage for St. John. We have the same personnel to St. John. Each fire station, so let me just break it down to give you a synopsis. We run minimum manning, 6 firefighters in hotel, 6 at Lima, 4 at Dorothy, 4 at Fortuna, 6 in Cruz Bay, 4 in Coral Bay.
And what do you run at St. Croix?
St. Croix, we run 6,644. 6 in Frederickstead, 6 in Christiansted, 4 in Grove, 4 in Cotton Valley.
Okay, that's a significant difference, though, for a district that has more firefighters. That is significant. That is, matter of fact, it's $350,000 more. That's significant. So either somebody granting overtime a lot easier, and St. Thomas and St. Croix keeping the reins, keeping the belt tight, and St. Thomas is having a little field day in terms of overtime. But $350,000, that's almost double from the amount in St. Croix.
We have a large amount of National Guard members in the St. Thomas St. John district. When they deploy, we shot to the minimum. So you have to call in personnel to cover these personnel that are away. We have people on leave. Excuse me? Sorry.
I'm just trying to look at numbers and try your best to keep it within reason.
Thank you.
Senator Sauer, you had a point of inquiry.
Mr. Chair, you asked my point of inquiry, so thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Senator Blyden, you were trying to get an answer.
Yes, I was waiting for a response from Ms. Hewitt in response to the emergency fund.
Right.
And the variant, the large variance of 50%.
The gas coupon, the gas fuel cost.
Yes.
I so far I've only gotten St. Croix, which is 55,000 year to date. I'm still waiting for St. John District, for St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay, you can send it to the chair. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. I'm on page 4 of 23 of the post-audit report. I noted in fiscal year 2022, you had capital outlays at $1 million. This year, there is no appropriation for that. What normally takes place? What do you normally use this funding source, this itemized funding category to fund?
Ms. Hewlett?
Last year, the $1 million was for the fireboat.
Okay, so that's already a process, and you're not over budget based on your estimated or projected costs?
No, Senator. No,
Okay.
Senator.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarity on that one. Now, I want to just flip back to the firefighters you have that are projecting to retire. Are all of those persons going to be eligible for raises based on the negotiated contracts that are coming up?
Once they're still employed, their raises will go into effect.
Okay, and all of them are on step currently?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and any of them are part of your support staff? Because the support.
Yes, support staff is part of 21, 25, and 28, 32.
Okay, and none of the individuals who are slated to retire, the 61 that are slated to retire, are they all just firefighters? None are support staff?
None is support staff.
Okay, great. That's what I was trying to get to. And I suspect you have funding in this budget to at least cover some of the anticipated negotiated contract increases?
If it comes through, there's some funding that I just learned today that is still available.
What's the source?
Well, they say we're under the amount that we have expended this year. So
it's under the amount that you, okay.
Right.
Because I did do some calculation based on the total actuals that's been expended, which Ms. Hewitt mentioned was $15.9 million as of May. So it looks as though you're spending about $2 million each month in your total expenditures. I did ask for the breakdown, Ms. Hewlett, for just the personnel costs as well as the fringe benefits. So it looks as though you are going to be a little under your 28 budget. So you're saying that that amount is going to come out of your 2022 budget for the increases.
Right.
Okay. And what typically, if you have that historical information, what typically has been the amount of wage increases that you have incurred over the years?
Time.
Mr. Chairman, that would be my wrap-up question when we get a response.
Ms. Hewlett?
Ms. Brown should have. Ms. Brown, do you have that figure?
No, we could get back to you with that figure.
Okay, so that would help us in just projecting in the event that it isn't met. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the leeway.
You have a next question, Senator? Senator Joseph, do you have a next question?
Oh, wow. You've been very generous, and I am indeed grateful. Yes, I do have another question, Mr. Chairman. You're very insightful. What are we looking at with our junior firefighters? How we are looking based on post-audit report, and I did take a look at it really quickly, and I'm on page 11 of 22. And it stated here in the junior firefighters, and this is your seed program wherein you could get a lot of firefighters ready. I know you have human beings here, firemen who have gone through, yourself included, who have gone through this program and are now doing very well. I suspect that's why you're able to retain so many of your men and women in the Virgin Islands Fire Services, because you've been training them from a very young age, and so they're very committed to this industry and providing that service. So I looked at it and I saw that you have only, according to the post-audit report, the agency submission, only $8,022.83 has been dispersed, with a balance of $41,915.74. Tell me what is happening there, because we should be activated right now with the Junior Fire Services.
Well, the both programs in both districts are very are active. We just start back up the St. Croix program.
When did you do that? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. A couple of weeks ago, we now utilizing the adult education building right across from the fire station in Christiansted. The program is going there. We recently purchased some vans that this body appropriated some funding for us to get the program running on St. Croix and St. Thomas. We have about 15 young people over in St. Croix with a team of individuals that are teaching those. I think with the vans that we have now, we can outsource and go after more children in the community. So that's part of the ideas that we've been talking about. In the St. Thomas and St. John district, in the St. Thomas district, we have about 65 children that comes to the fire station, the Omar Brown Fire Station, and participate in that program. This is a strong program. We purchased some more vans for them so they could get around. We have a collaboration coming up very soon where St. Croix is going to come over and visit St. Thomas. So some of those things that you're talking about is work in progress. We are looking at home for the St. Thomas Junior Firefighters. We have the estate slab building on St. Croix, which we put out to bid on 2 occasions. I have not gotten a contractor to take the bid to repair that building where the junior firefighters will be the home of junior firefighters on St. Croix. We're still soliciting individuals to come in and give us a proposal to rebuild that facility that was damaged during the hurricane. In St. Thomas, the Omar Brown Fire Station is being used. It's not conducive for them, but this is their home, and we appreciate them coming every Saturday and partaking in the program.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. Appreciate it deeply.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Cyril?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Brown Williams, what's the starting I say it right? Brown Williams? Williams Brown? Williams Brown. What is the starting, the average salary for a mechanic?
The average when
Nationwide. Nationwide. You're the HR professional, so tell me if you know what's the average.
I haven't done that research. When we decided to advertise at the 50, how we came up with the 50,000 for the mechanic, we did the comparison to agencies within the territory.
Okay, so your starting salary is 50 for your mechanic.
Correct.
And you have one mechanic right now.
No, we have two mechanics.
One each district.
We have two mechanics in St. Croix district and one mechanic helper, and we have one mechanic in St. Thomas, St. John, and one helper.
What's a helper?
A mechanic helper basically is an assistant to the mechanic.
But what does that mean?
The person change oil, change tires, the heavy lifting the mechanic does. He assists the mechanic.
I know what a helper is in a dictionary, but I don't know what's a helper in terms of, when it comes to a mechanic. Okay, so what are your recruitment efforts for mechanics? What are you doing? Because one mechanic and one helper for that fleet, and when you guys have an emergency, you are going at a high rate of speed because you do have to respond to wherever the crisis is. And to maintain these vehicles, I mean, what's the recruitment efforts to get this mechanic on board?
As the director stated previously, the position has been advertised in January.
Advertised where?
Through Division of Personnel. It was advertised on our website. It's been advertised on our website. And
any national searches on Indeed? Because I went on my laptop just now to look to see. And that's the problem right now in the Virgin Islands. We are not recruiting as we should. We're paying for all these platforms. And I am sure there's a mechanic across the nation who may want to come to Sun, Sand, and Sea and fix your fire vehicles for you. So can we expand the recruitment arena?
Sure, we can.
Okay, because if we stuck between the islands and we can't find it, then we have to kind of like branch out and say, well, okay, this isn't working for us, let's try this avenue. And if this avenue doesn't work, let's try this avenue. But we can't just say, oh, we put it out on Personnel on our website and nobody apply. Oh, we can't find nobody because it's still vacant, right?
It's still vacant.
Okay. 911, what's the numbers again? 40, 30, 30?
Ms. Hewlett?
What's the
breakdown? 40% went where?
33. It's split evenly between health, VITEMA, and fire.
VIPD.
Split evenly can't work because evenly would be, what's evenly? At one point it was 40% in one agency and then 30-30.
That was VITEMA was getting 40. 30,
VITEMA was 40.
Yeah.
So right now you're going to be receiving the 60%?
Hopefully.
Is that what you have budgeted for, Ms. Hewlett, the 60%?
No, we have budgeted for the 33% because that is what is allocated to us right now. Nothing else has been transferred yet.
Right.
Okay, do you intend, in your discussions, to receive the other percentage?
Yes, Senator. Earlier, I mentioned that we're still having the discussions with the health, OMB, and all the players involved. We should get it wrapped up by the end of July.
Okay, because I want to know when that concludes because we need to know before we get to the heart of the budget.
I'll make sure we forward something to you guys.
Now you have a balance of 100,000 from the 1 million for the boat, right?
Well, I misspoke, and that's why they want you to hold me to the cross.
Tell me.
The boat is 905,851.
Oh, we still have 100,000. Okay, 95,000. And then you spent 1.46 of the 1.5 for the vehicles, correct?
Yes.
So you have roughly one, Mr. Chair?
You may conclude. Go ahead.
Okay. So you have roughly close to maybe 140,000 available. Would you be amenable to us creating a maintenance fund for your vehicles with the balance of the funds that you have from these two allotments?
That's fine with me. That would be a help. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator James.
Thank you. All funds were expended for the technical assistance program. Can you just provide us with some details on the progress of what was done with those funds?
Say that again, Senator. My apologies.
Chairman Akers, that fund was used to purchase 2 rescue vehicles.
Two rescue vehicles. And we already have those rescue vehicles.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. And it was made mention in the testimony, $1.9 million request to Congress by the delegate for 7 ambulances. It was mentioned briefly, but can you just elaborate some more how we even went about getting that? Because it's a good cause, but how we went about doing that, and is it any sense of guarantee there, or is it just a lobbying effort?
There's a sense of guarantee because we did get notice that the Virgin Islands is included for that 1.9 from the delegate's office. But it came about due to an act that was passed through Congress, $5 billion to emergency medical services throughout the nation. Lai shared it with me, and we made contact with our Office of Management and Budget, our delegate office, government house, and we made some strategic decisions and sent a request, and happened that we got a response, and yes, that's how we're looking at that 1.9, Senator.
So you have any expectations as far as when we're going to receive the funds? Is it still being discussed in Congress? What's going on there?
We're looking at some place in August. From the last discussion I had, we should have some kind of notification by August.
Awesome, and thank you for your lobbying efforts, and I want to say thank you to our hardworking Congresswoman for making sure that we get those ambulances in the territory. And in the post-audit report,
1 minute.
I see that there's a section that speaks to uniform allowance, but there isn't anything in there. Are the firefighters currently receiving uniform allowance?
Yeah, they have already received just June 5th. June 1st, the supervisors received the last portion of their uniform allowance.
And what's the allotted amount? Because I'm not seeing it in the post-audit report. But for this FY 2023 budget.
The total amount, Monsieur, let you have the number?
And while she's looking for that, I see there is $325,030 remaining for the first response vessel. $674,970 was expended. What is the cost for one vessel? What are we gonna do with the remaining $325,000? Anyone?
So the vessel is $905,851. The balance is there. I think just now Senator Sarro just said she's going to try to move that money into a maintenance fund for the fire service, for the maintenance division. The balance, there's a balance for 2 funding sources that the legislature appropriated money for. There was a 1.5 for the fire trucks and the $1 million for the boat. We haven't expended all the funding as yet.
Okay.
Time.
And Ms.
$232,400.
Okay, awesome. And Mr. Chair, one last question to the fire service. I see here that in several of the units that you have in the department, I see where we have KPIs for some of them, and I see for some of them we do not have. Are we working towards getting all those KPIs for the remaining units so we can continue to monitor what's going on in those units?
We have KPIs for the 3 units that we currently have. We don't know what health's KPIs are yet because we have not received it. But the administrative, the suppression, and the prevention unit all have KPIs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency, and I'll continue to do the hard work, and we look forward to seeing those 7 ambulances in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. George, the 900,000 figure that you mentioned includes the shipping?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. So you're going to provide the body with the balance so that that maintenance fund can be created?
I believe so. I think that the idea is a good idea. Over the years, we have never had funding for maintenance, and if there is money left over that can be used, we gladly take it.
Okay. Senator Gittins. Senator, wait 1 minute. Senator Sauer, you had the next point before the short point, you said?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I guess this goes to Dr. Elliott or Mr. Evelyn. If you could tell me in the plan that is to come before us on July 8th, St. John. I'm really worried about St. John. I had the opportunity to be on St. John one time, and I witnessed there was an emergency. And what a Rugo do to call around and find the captain, because it was after hours. And then you had to go and find a doctor by the doctor house. And it was just crazy. And then by the time you go through all of that, then you get down to the dock, and then you get to St. Thomas, and I've learned that you have a key now, but when you get to St. Thomas, the gate is locked because you don't have a key. So in this whole merger process, what is the plan for St. John? What do you have something mapped out so you don't have to call a doctor in St. John and he ain't answering his phone and you have to go by the house and let him know that we have a crisis? That's a real issue. And you have a St. Junior next to me. I think he could attest to exactly what I'm saying. People are going to die with the current system in place.
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. So that will involve continuous collaboration and communication with the fire service or medical director with standard regional medical centers, Myra Keating Clinic. We know that after hours, the physician usually is on call. So I'm assuming that situation happened at night after hours. So it will require us to have that communication to make sure that whenever there's a situation that we can have standing orders from a medical director to do a direct transport bypassing the clinic. So that's something that we can work on with Dr. Elliott having a conversation with D. James or Dr. Barrett to say that if a certain situation happens, we will bypass the clinic and go straight for direct transport.
And one of the other things, Senator Saro, that you brought up with the vessel and stuff like that, one good thing about with this integration, we have the wherewithal with personnel. Even our chief is a boat captain.
The whole of St. John are boat captains.
Yeah, but I'm just putting it on the record.
All your firemen are boat captains.
So we don't have that problem. And we have already issued a directive that we are going to move our ambulance in Coral Bay to mitigate that issue. If you don't know right now, if there's a call for the boat to bring down a patient, that crew that is working in Cruise Bay has to go on the boat. So it leaves St. John only with the EMT that is in Cruise Bay, fire EMT that is Cruise Bay to cover the whole island. So part of the plan that we were discussing with Lyle and the other parties is that we must put a second ambulance on St. John to make sure we have that proper coverage. So that's something that is going to be implemented. It's going to be in the plan. It should be effective July 1st.
So
end of July.
I feel comfortable to if the medical director could tell me that this is a plan. So I need to feel warm and fuzzy about this.
So this is it is a plan to be able to bypass when necessary. The problem with bypassing is that you're going to get about an hour of transport, and that's the golden hour. And if that doctor in St. John could have done something to give some definitive care that we aren't able to do in pre-hospital care, then you messed up. And so we have to, that has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Certainly, if you can't find a doctor, we got to move. But I think that, the Myra Keating Health Center is the outpost. It is a hospital. It's part of the hospital. It's part of St. Thomas's ER. And, I haven't seen it recently since the trailers have been put in, but there should be a doctor 2 to 3 minutes away at all times. That's what they're being paid for. So we shouldn't be having to look around for them. Somebody's on call all the time there. And they should be able to determine whether this is something they can do something about and not lose that golden hour if they can make some definitive care there. So I think, having been at that outpost myself and wondering why they're sending this man to me when it needs to go to St. Thomas, it's just that if there's something that can be done to save that life there, to stabilize further, then you want to do that. So we don't want to automatically skip Marikiti.
I just need a working system.
Yes.
Okay.
Want a working system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cyril. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Director and Assistant Director, I could tell you that you have my commitment to work along with the Senator Cyril, to see if we could do that maintenance budget once we have a balanced budget here, though. So, and we could just do that and just have it until expended.
Thank you, Senator.
Now, I'm hearing a lot about the plan, and I usually talk about the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance. But I'm tired of hearing plans that we don't see come into action. So I'm asking that while we're talking about plans, let's make sure that we see some action there. Now, I want to go back again to the premium pay, because I think I heard Ms. Brown said that you are asking for them to go back and, I forget, and alter something. There's no alteration needed. The justification is there. And one of the reasons why I'm always on top of this is because as a member of this legislature, I'm the liaison to the White House. As the liaison to the White House, I am on a call frequently with the White House, with the intergovernmental affairs. And we're always discussing the American Rescue Plan spending, and we went into details with regards to this premium pay. Outside of that, I've been talking with the executive branch. I've written to the chief executive August 28, 2021, again December 28, 2021. To date, we still have not met legislative executive branch so that we can sit down and discuss this plan that they stated that they would have. Now, I did a 4-page document to our legal counsel after contacting several agency heads with regards to this premium pay, to include VA Fire Service, whom gave me a number of employees, both St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, which totaled almost 300. It was somewhere around 270 or something like that. We did a whole guide and a breakdown as to what it would cost us to carve out some monies for our hospitals territory-wide, Department of Health territory-wide, VA Police Department territory-wide, Virgin Islands Fire Service territory-wide, the Bureau of Corrections territory-wide, the Department of Human Services territory-wide, and even the Superior Court territory-wide. Now, it doesn't just stop to those agencies, but we started with those agencies, and we had the numbers for those agencies, and we saw where we were close to $14 million in stating that each employee will receive some $3,000 or $5,000. And they had categories. May I conclude, Mr. Chair? And so for me to sit here and hear that we still don't know what the plan is to pay our first responders is not sitting well with me. From the inception of this pandemic, I've been discussing, the chair knows that the first people that I pulled in was the chair and Senator Francis to discuss what can we do for our first responders. When the American Rescue Act Plan came out, speaking to the premium pay, I said, see, we have it there clear, and we need to go for it. In Chapter 5 of the U.S. Department of Treasury plan, with this, it gave you about 3 questions. It asked, what's the criteria? What criteria should recipients use in identifying essential workers? Under that caption, that first one, it specifically states that the can't do it without this, right? That the interim final rule emphasizes the need for recipients to prioritize premium pay for lower income workers, premium pay that would increase a worker's total pay above 150% of the greater of the state or county's average annual wages, requires specific justification for how it responds to the needs of these workers. Justification. That's all we need. We don't need to alter a thing. So I am asking, are you poised to have your justification documents for any employee within the Virgin Islands Fire Service that makes above $70,000 or above?
Again, Senator, we are following the information that was submitted to Office of Management and Budget, and we follow the guidelines that was provided to us by Office of Management and Budget.
So I hear again, or as we stated, I don't care how much time we got to repeat it. I am going to repeat that our first responders need to be looked out for. That is our responsibility. I understand that OMB will have to be the one to submit these justifications. However, the justification language will have to come respectively from the respective first responding agency. And that's why I'm asking, so that we can be prepared, prior planning again. So just have the justification language, and again, look at the interim final rule. It does not say that those making above that 150% of the state or county wages totally disqualify. It just simply states that you have to justify. So I'm just asking each respective agency head to make sure that we have the language so that we can provide it. I guess it will be to OMB. And when OMB was here, I also asked a question, and she stated that, yes, they will be prepared to submit these justifications. So please, I ask, because at the hospitals especially, we have doctors and nurses that makes over $70,000, but guess what? The hospital don't close. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted all of our questions. I'm going to allow Director George for the closing statement on the record. Director.
Good afternoon, Senators. Again, let me first say thank you to my 2 interns who are sitting through this hearing. We brought them for the experience, Ms. Challenger and Ms. Evelyn, who works for me for the summer. Thank you for all the hard work you guys doing. Stand up. So, thank you. We the deal with the young people too, Senator. Thank you all for the opportunity to come in and show the great work that the fire service is doing. I want to thank this body for the support you have given us over the years. We will continue to build. This integration is very important to this territory, to the administration and the legislature and the whole Virgin Islands in whole. And we plan to make this thing happen. We should be submitting our plan to you guys in July. I hope you guys accept it with open arms and give us the criticism and the ideas as we move forward. To my staff, the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire Service, I want to say thank you. To the men and women of Emergency Medical Services, EMS, let me say thank you. I welcome aboard. And to my staff, thank you for always having my back. Thank you, Senator Bailey, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Director George. We're hoping in the near future that we'll have that fire boat for the St. Thomas, St. John district. I want to thank Senator DeGraff, who brought that during the budget markup that Mr. George had that as one of his concerns, and that is the go to work of the budgetary process. We're able to add, delete, insert items that we know will benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator Blyden, I want to thank you for holding the chair for me while I attended the ceremony at Garden Finch Molasses Terminal, a great opportunity for the island of St. Croix in moving a cargo facility to the South Shore. It's a beautiful building, over $14 million, and the Senate definitely is proud of the work that they did to make that come to fruition. This body did lead appropriating the matching funds for a Tiger grant that was given to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I want to thank the staff of the legislature, my staff, and just wish everybody a good weekend. This is the last meeting for the Committee of Finance for this week. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.